All right, we're live. Might be last stream of the year, right? Because chapter break, and it's what, the 19th. We have some time, but probably not. I don't know. Um, Two things. Well, there's a lot of things. Uh, what the heck is this? Oh, I've never. Sorry, Discord has like a activity thing. Why is it popping up on the side? It says, "Oh, this is my Discord," and I guess since I have Roger's base added, it tells me he's playing demonic mahjong, which I know it used to do, but like just like on top of my name on my server. I don't like that. I'm gonna move this down. Just kidding. I'll figure that out later. Um, yeah, I use the Discord to send out the notification. I do that once I start the stream. But then I used it a few times last month, and then I don't know why I thought this month would be less busy. That being said, after last stream, oh yeah, let's start there. After last stream, I had my birthday, and is it showing? Oh wait, I liked it before. Oh wait, hold on, I like this. Let me shrink it. Sorry, hold on. There's a few. It explains why I'm not standing up this stream. It's for the better, so that I. Why isn't this shrinking? What? Nah, it's fine. Thank you, thank you. Do you only stream One Piece? At the moment, this year would say yes. I only stream One Piece. But maybe I turn this year upside down and I post a video. That'd be a shocker, wouldn't it? Um, and Actually explaining why the last week would have been the best opportunity to stream or not stream to do work on a video after my birthday, which I did say on size on the parcast why or not why. Um, what did I say? Oh, well, I guess I explained why I haven't said my birthday before, but now it's weird if I don't say my birthday. At least to me, it was my 30th birthday, so which I like in the past I would just be like, yeah, I don't know how old you guys think I am, you know. But now I'm 30. I can't. I feel weird and a dad, you know. I can't just be like cosplaying 20. You know what I'm saying? You know, like once you hit, at least for me, um, not it's not like being old or whatever. It's just like if I'm like, oh, I'm in my 20s, like beforehand, it'd be weird now if someone like thought I was like 22 or something. You know what I mean? Um, it's no longer a compliment to think that I'm younger like that. Almost at the end of the line is crazy. Fair, valid. Um, what is this? Okay, I will say this part though. Okay, YouTube just hit me with a notification. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, which I know last time gave me some issues. But the difference is this time I all the drivers were fine, but I like double checked. I reconnected everything from the modem to the router to the converter to the computer to the on the computer, diagnosed everything. There was like something that gave me a hiccup at one point, but then it fixed. So again, like I don't know what it was between the Twitch and YouTube thing, but I'm pretty sure I did everything that I could do on this end. So we'll see if it crashes. Then I won't stream on Twitch, and we know what to do. If it doesn't crash, then we're good. Let me see. Welcome to Club 32 Millennial represent. Wait. Am I? Wait. I'm not a millennial, right? I'm not Gen Z either. I think I'm cusp, right? I think that's what it is. It's just no offense. My brother and my sister-in-law, they're millennials. You know what I mean? They're both our my wife's older sister and my brother. They're millennials. Don't We don't sit at the same table. You know what I'm saying? No. Like what's the term? Like actual millennial. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is where I gotta draw the line on the age thing. I don't know. I think you guys would get it from my perspective though, because like at least when you say millennial and then you see our siblings, it's like, oh, they're like textbook. That's why Par doesn't associate. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm technically the cutoff, bro. My birthday, I'm not saying no, not a boom. Hold on. I will say that when they act like this isn't millennial, but uh my sister-in-law and one of my friends older, when they act like they don't know technology, that's the difference, right? Like millennial versus boomer is technology. If you are out there like I swear to God, bro, one of my friends, she's like 32, 33, something around there, right? She's like, how do I flip the camera? That's boomer. That's boomer. You know what I mean? That's straight up boomer. That's not millennial. So I don't call her a millennial. I call her a boomer. That's the same thing with my sister-in-law. But those aren't the reasons why she's separated. um, yeah, like I'm not doxing my entire birthday, but 95 December, that's 96 basically. Come on. I'm 27 but still at the cusp of Gen Z. It's what it is for me too is harder and harder to see cuz I was cusp. Anyone younger than me was just Gen Z basically. And then there was a select few that were like I was like, "Oh, they're not. They're more like me." And I think the main difference between like someone younger than me and someone younger than me in Gen Z is music taste. That's like the quickest way to know when someone's Gen Z coded. When I forget what like it's just they play a song, I'm like, we ain't in the same generation. There's a bracket of difference. Par's older than sliced bread. I'd still eat it though. Par dropped the playlist. It's not that like I'm particular about music. It's just that like the kind of music. If my little cousins who are now like low 20s, if they're listening to the same music that you are in the 27, 28 age bracket, that to me, yes, it's cusp, but you're more Gen Z than me. You know what I'm saying? My music is more millennial, I guess. But I still listen to Gen Z. It's just that like there's also a little difference too. I feel like younger than me or Gen Z, it's not like disrespect, but like music history, there is some disrespect there. I don't know how to explain it right now. But this isn't any of what I was getting into. I guess it makes sense that I would go off. I just realized my room's still like purple. This is my room's normal settings. Do I just leave it like this? I kind of like it now that I think about it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Um, but yeah, so I had the birthday. That was sometime last week, and then we also well, I didn't have a party because I don't want to. Well, we did have a party. My wife threw me a surprise party, but she threw my son's birthday party to mask my party. So then I didn't realize what was up. But that being said, my son had the kid friends, little toddles, and yeah, as toddles do, they get sick. So my son got sick, and then I got sick. and we were both sick. And oh my god, that I usually get. This is how I know I'm recovering from my cancer situation. Much like this is one of the metrics. When I used to get sick when I was like younger, I would get sick really quickly and I'd get sick really hard and then I'd be done in like half a day. Anything, no matter what it was, I'd always get sick super quick. And like there was a time when me and my wife got sick from the same thing. She got sick. We both got sick at the same time. I was done in like 24 hours, but that 24 hours was so bad. And it was really bad for her, but it was over like 7 days. And I'm like, I don't know which one's better. Like I almost died, but I'm back the next day. You know what I'm saying? And after my surgery, once I got the thyroid out and then did like the radiation and then like, you know, getting on the synthetic shit, like that's when I realized like, bro, my immune system was not normal before. Because then I started getting sick and it started lasting and lingering. And I'm like, this is how you guys did this shit? What the fuck? And then, and so that I was like, damn, this is my new normal. I guess it was just a perk of being young, I guess I took for granted. But then like recently, this last year, I rebounded. And I started getting, if I got sick, it might have been like the dad reset. Like once I became a dad, like my body was like, oh, we gotta go back. We gotta go back in time. So I got sick. I got sick super bad. And I know that it wasn't just me because my wife got it afterwards and she described the same thing. And she was like, oh, you weren't just being a guy. And I was like, yeah, I told you, this one's crazy. Which for another interesting reason, I've never, at least from what we know, I've never gotten COVID before. And this is the first time I thought it was COVID. Because I know if it's whatever, and I've never gotten it. We've gotten tested. And this time I was like, this one's crazy. Circumstances had it. We had to take my son to the ER for, he's fine. He's good now. And he's fine that day. It was just certain parameters for his health that we have to go in. And the emergency room's like, yep, you came in for the right reasons. And so for that, I was like, yeah, since I'm here, let's get me tested. I think it's COVID. And the doctor's like, okay. And it wasn't COVID. It was the flu. And I'm like, the fuck? Did flu hit this hard? How? And yeah, and then one of my other friends got it. And he's like, yeah, the flu is hitting like a truck. The way I described it was it felt like I got hit by a truck and it looked like my son was driving the truck because he got sick and he was fine the entire time. He never gets fevers from his sickness either. Like he barely gets fevers. Like he touched the fever threshold for like an hour and then he's good. Like, but he was still sick, like making mucus and coughing and whatever. And I'm out here like a sick dog, bro. Yeah, and then my wife got sick and she got sick. So the entire week I was sick. And so I couldn't record, couldn't do stuff because I was on baby duty because my wife was sick. And then my voice just recovered like a few days ago. And if I talk for a long time, then I get a sore throat. So then if I recorded yesterday, I wouldn't be able to like stream today for a long time. Yo, he did. He stole my immune system. It's crazy. But yeah, that's like a TLDR of this last week. This last week felt like forever because it was. But let me see. Was there anything other than that? Oh, that's why I'm sitting. I just don't want to like randomly get really fatigued and tired. So as you guys may or may not have noticed for the last, I think like last like 8 months now, 7 months now, I've stood on every single stream throughout the entire stream. And Parcast as well. But the last Parcast I sat down, but I wasn't even sick then. I got sick literally an hour after like that Parcast. That was crazy timing. If we didn't record that time, I would have been gonzo. But yeah, so I'm sitting this stream. which feels good, but gotta make sure I don't make that a habit. The reason I started standing in the first place was to lose weight again. I lost 10 pounds since I started standing, and I equalized. So I want to keep it that way. Oh, this is a birthday shirt that my wife got me. Birthday shirt. I thought it was funny. Because like she doesn't know how much people hate Chopper and how much I make fun of Chopper, which I love Chopper, and I love that she got this for me. This is funny because she's like, "Oh, it's cute," and I was like, oh god, if only you knew." You stopped at Alabasta, basically. Not Alabasta. Drum Island. She got me another thing too. I wore it on the podcast. Like right now, I could feel my throat kind of giving away. So gotta use it while I can. Um, yeah, the body said the podcast is more important. Par is a zillennial. That's the right word, zillennial. Thank you. Who's my wife's favorite character? She doesn't have one yet. She's not deep enough yet. Let me see. I think there was one other thing I was gonna say. Don't make sitting down during on streams a habit. There was one other thing. Sai should be coming here today. There's nothing. I'm charging my headphones to send out notifications. Oh, I saw Fiso's thing. Fiso said to read his comment because it has Oda's note in it, which is fair. And then got timer, change title. And we've gone 20 minutes now, no drops. I know we usually yap for a while, but this one is a very particular yap session because I need to know that the network is fine, which to be fair, like I can't check for the whole time. Because last time I think it crashed around 23 minutes. So, and another time I think at 45 minutes. Not too sure, but I'm not getting any notifications, which I guess I didn't get any last time. But YouTube's also not hitting me with anything. Twitch seems fine. All right. I'm trying to remember. There was like one other. Oh, yeah. So this shirt, you guys might notice something interesting on it. And when my wife gave it to me, I was like, wait, that's so crazy. 3 years ago at this point, I had a thumbnail commissioned. Whenever, I guess, Nico was made, I had a thumbnail commissioned, and it was basically not this, but like, it's like it'd be synonymous. And I think Dax has one too, but like his was more on, you know what? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can pull it up. Wait, which one's my... Oh my god, I made this the main monitor? What the fuck? Alright, that's gonna have to be fixed next time. Alright. We'll talk about that later. But the idea that when my wife gave it to me, it reminded me. I was thinking about like, after the podcast, that's when I opened up this thing, and me and Sai just got off of talking about not particularly the devil fruit, the one on Elbaf, but instead I think it was like, when does... Oh yeah, because Jay's stream was on the Saturday. Yeah. So the two things, both times, I brought it up on the podcast because I brought it up on Jay's stream, which was the whole, where's Ragnar coming? You know what I mean? Like the does he get it off? Does he get it on? But more importantly, why doesn't Harold have one? Like something that like shoots lightning like that. But then because my wife got me this shirt after the thing, well, I opened the shirt. She got it from me before. I was thinking like, it'd be crazy, and it doesn't make any sense. But I was like, what if I didn't look at the timeline of it because it wasn't that big of a thought. But like, I showered and then I was thinking like, damn, maybe that'd be kind of crazy. Um, the idea was that what if the fruit was Chopper's fruit somehow? And the reason why I liked it um was because the movie. You guys remember Lily Estomago? I forget what movie it was. I think it was like Gold Arc or something. No, not Gold Arc. That was with Barto's sister. I forget Gold Arc. They had this girl. Her dad was like Pan's Fry or something. He's a giant chef. And Lily is a giant as well. But we didn't know that at the start. And that's because she ate like the shrink fruit or something. And so she was a giant that looked like a human. And then Luffy ate her. And then she expands or something like that. And then Luffy's giant. That's where like that giant Luffy thing comes from. And I was like, wait. If Nika's like a legend from Elbaf, and now Luffy ate that, and now he can turn into like a giant thing, couldn't it be that like, I don't know, Elbaf has like the human fruit and they could turn into human? And I was like, huh, that would kind of match up to why that movie had Lily be like that. And then I was thinking like, oh, that also makes sense why Blackbeard went to Drum Island first, if he was like looking for that fruit, because it was like the Elbaf one. But then I was like, how would he know? And then that would be like, what is Blackbeard gonna be the guy who the silhouette over the thing? And I'm like, we're not just gonna put everybody on. Imagine that, like Harold is there, and me inside. This is what we were laughing about. Like, I forget what it was up in particular, but like Shanks and it's because during the podcast, my friend texted me saying that he went back to like chapter 1152, and when Shanks and Scopper had were in the jacuzzi, Shanks had the insignia, and we were laughing because like Shanks goes like, yeah, I had something urgent to tell Harold, and like at the time we didn't have the context of him being like a holy knight, but then after last chapter we're like, yo, Shanks, why are you in the jacuzzi, bro? Isn't this important? And now the gravity of it, and like we're watching Harold like die on screen. We don't know in particular like the concurrency of what Harold's going through right now and what Shanks is going through right now, um but yeah, and then obviously it spiraled out. That's why I said like the timeline doesn't make sense, because like, what? How old is Chopper for that to make sense? I don't think it makes sense, but I don't know. I feel like Drum Island and Elbaf, they're so similar for some reason. I don't think it's not for some. It's not for some reason, but there's obvious some stuff, but just whether they're important or not. But yeah, so yeah, I'm wearing this shirt because it's like, I don't know, that'd be crazy. Oh yeah, it would also be funny because like Chopper's like, oh, maybe there's a secret down there. I'm gonna go follow Scopper and hopefully figure out the secret to hurting the Holy Knights. And then the secret is him, because being human is the best, I don't know, the best antidote. Nah, that's stupid. What up, Cookie Ninja? That's a crazy comment. But yeah. All right. Connection's good. We're good. Stream is good. We're locked in. Let me get this timer going. Welcome to the Knockup stream. Thank you for the patience. Last stream was kind of wild because we had I was also gonna bring up the Shanks stuff from the Godfather Shanks video. I had time to like last week. I didn't have time to like go through the video. I was going from memory. This time I actually watched it because I was sick, but I didn't clip it out to like show you guys, which that would be good. Maybe next time. Maybe the end of year stream we do something like that. All right. Chapter 1169. I'm gonna hit the time. Wait, actually, how many? 58-minute under, 60%. All right, you guys are hella confident in me. That's so crazy, 60% being confident. All right, let's get this reaction in under. There we go. Underway. Let's see, chapter titles. I have to die now. Well, YouTube, I mean, that's the title of the chapter. Don't demonetize me. That was not a reflection of my current thoughts. Oh. Yo, this is sick that the projector shows up this nicely in like a dark. Well, it's supposed to show up nicely in a dark room, but like I have ambient lighting on it and it still shows up nice. It's actually pretty crisp. Anyways. It could also just be the fact that this is a very vibrant, very saturated, mosaic? Is this mosaic? Is that the correct term? I'm just gonna go with mosaic. Who is this guy? Is this the new Shonen Jump hero that we've all been waiting for? Is this the replacement for Naruto and Luffy? Is this Asta? Who is this? Or is Black Clover over? Wait, who are these characters? Look kind of interesting. Wait, is this the new Captain Planet? He's holding a globe. Is this the eco-friendly anime we've all been waiting for? And then who's this guy? This guy looks like the new Zuko without the Zuko scar. But blonde. I guess, is this like this is probably the Yu-Gi-Oh! Digimon, Bakugan replacement. Oh, wow. This character at the very bottom, too. I know you guys can't, see from the thing. That guy looks cool, too. Oh, he has an abyssal mark. Wait. This guy has the abyss. Right here. Oh, my God. Wait. Can I? You guys gotta see this. That guy has the abyss mark. You guys see this? We ain't messing around. Who is this guy? Oh, he got eyebrow piercings. All right, I'm losing my voice. I'm not even looking at One Piece yet. You guys see this? That's crazy. Whoa. Yo, this character's holding an unknown egg. Wait. You guys gotta tell me what these are. I know that this is some hot garbage for my age people because I'm 30 now. But this probably kicks with the kids. Oh my God. This is edgy, but I don't know. You'd only give this kind of look to an actual cool character. This one. If this character's not cool, I drop. This is my mentality now. That character, this one, if they're not cool and they don't live up to the edginess that they have going on, I'm dropping the series. I don't care. You catfished me. I'm not a big fan of that. All right, we got the resident derp. This one. Oh, she's right there. The derp. That's super meta. See, look how meta it is. Look, the other derp. If they're not in the same series, this is what I mean. The meta, the Anya. Well, I don't know if it's the Anya, but yeah, is this Asta or is this Captain a Planet? Anime. He's holding. You don't do this, and he has a sunflower. This has to be the new Captain Planet. And then Demon Slayer's done, but they have the movie, right? That's why they're here. Or is there Demon Slaying the Rebirth Angel Edition? Is that a thing? Do they do that? What on this side? Oh, we got One Piece mini magazine. Oh, all right. Kagurabachi. This is it, guys. This is the face. Get Luffy out of here, bro. Get his just shut up. We don't need more advertising for this hooligan. He's been here for 30 years. Fucking Chihiro. This is it. This is peak. This is gas. This is What are the kids saying? This is what is FaZe Clan saying? No, they're not saying FaZe up. What are those other like? Oh wait, no, Adapt is like the only 30-year-old, right? Everyone else is like 20. What are the new words? I don't know what the new words. Anyways, this is it. This is it. This is the one. This is the chosen one, the child of destiny. Guys, read it. Read it. I have the last 5 chapters made me shit myself. Immediately message Sai, texted. If I wasn't sick, we would have recorded, and I would have gone nuts. Stop it, old man. No, they're not saying lit or this is bussin'. That's so. Yeah, they're saying what GDJ is saying, but I'm not saying. And no, they're not even saying that. They're not even saying. Okay, who is this? What is this fake? This one. Who is this? This is fake Demon Slayer. Or this is real Demon Slayer. Oh my god, it's a ninja anime. Wait, what is this? Who is this? Why are they going nin nin? Or are they just rubbing their nose, doing the cocaine line? Oh, this guy. I don't know who this is. Damn. This is wild. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my god, we spent 6 minutes. Jesus. Wait, why isn't it going through? I swear I changed it. Behavior? Turn pages by clicking. Yes. Huh. What? Alright, we're gonna do it that way then. Author no pending. That's what Fiso told me to look at. The Oda. Thank you, Fiso. Shout out to Fiso. The Oda note won't be up yet, but he said I had to download WhatsApp. No! To keep on contact with the cast of the live action series? No, not meta. Oda, stay away. Are you telling me that only a minority of people use Line? No, it's just the West, bro. We like being monitored by the big brothers. And we don't like the big brothers. It'd be different if we liked the big brothers. We don't. That's the issue. Damn. Wait, Line is just Japanese, right? That's not a like Weibo is what is Line? Line is their I guess WhatsApp isn't like that's like if you're like if you have international friends or Indian friends, you're using like Telegram or WhatsApp. But in Japan they use Line as like a texting thing. Yeah. I use Google. Line is only widely used in Japan now, like Kakao Talk, Chocolate Talk. Cacao. I know it's not what it means, but it's just chocolate talk. That's how it'd be converted. Yeah. Thank you, Fiso, for that. Appreciate it. All right, let's get into the chapter. All right. All right. All right. I got distracted. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know what this picture was of at first. I saw legs. I saw legs and just got okay. Wait. Oh, I was expecting the cover story. No. No cover story. It's okay. We're 9 minutes in. We gotta get through this. Okay, this is sick. This is Strong World. I'm surprised Oda didn't put Shiki in front for this. Because this is so Strong World. Isn't this like they're wearing black suits, even Big Mom? Oh my god. I was wondering, I was like, why is Kaido's middle finger look like why does his hand look so small? And then realize it's Wang Ji. That's so funny. I saw a clip recently. Was it Yeah. It was. I don't know if it was just the dub or the sub did this too. It was Pudding when Sanji's making the cake and she's like acting like she doesn't like Sanji, but like having the internal monologue of like wanting to like be angry but happy. And so in the manga or whatever, apparently she flips him off. Um, and then the dub put her, they censored it by doing this like instead of two middle fingers, it was just going like that. And people in the comments like, wait, why did they censor her middle finger? And this is kind of funny too. I wonder if they'd still do that. Probably not. Very. Oh, barbell. Oh, Sai's so happy. This is the nicest thing Oda could do. It's good that Oda looks out for his like less fortunate. his his the room temperature IQ viewers, readers. Um Wait, Captain John's hair is always white? Or is he old? Oh, that is I guess that makes sense. Oh, we know it doesn't because we know he lives God Valley, so his hair could have been different, and then it turns white when he dies. Interesting. And then rocks, we got the double down on the hair. It's a lot less jarring than I saw it before, right? But I guess it's because they Oda took out the saturation there. Um, Tiger. Oh, this rock symbol's kind of dope. Very interesting. Um, yeah, other than Shiki not being front and center, pretty dope, pretty dope. All right. Oh, he has red hair? Ganzui? Blue hair. Okay, this is Oda just doesn't care. The hair doesn't have meaning. I don't know. I don't know what to say at this point. Like I was looking at a spread of older characters, and they all had like black or just blonde hair or something, and only the main characters had like green or yellow or like vibrant colors. Now Oda's just putting it on everybody. I'm surprised there's no green hair. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, purple, red, green. This one looks like Yamato's hair. Maybe Wang Ji has green hair because he's a snake. Oh, that's why he's wearing green. Oh, yeah, I'm cooking. I'm cooking. Pink hair. You can't forget pink hair. I'm surprised Big Mom doesn't have white hair now. After having like 86 children. Surprised. Maybe it's meaningful. All right, we're 14 years ago. Oh, wait, I was supposed to do this. All right, we're going to try clicking to the next page rather than flipping or scrolling. 14 years ago, Gabon's house, Realm of the Sun, Elbath. Has TCB always said Realm of the Sun? Just before the fateful massacre. What? Captain Roger has a son? Alright. Okay. Oh no, by this point he's already talking to Luffy. I was smiling at first because I was like, wait, does that mean the theories that like oh Shanks went there because of Luffy? Oh no, wait, he hasn't yet. Right? Wait, has he? When do they meet? God damn it. Ace went to Dawn Island for a reason. Yeah, but I'm more concerned about the Shanks part. It's a year later. Ah, shit. That means that. Okay, but does he say the name? Because that would be important. Seems like it. Garp told me. Oh, okay. Okay. See, this is different. This is different. Because I think the other people were saying like that whole thing, but I don't know if the popular route was that Garp told, like, because that wouldn't make too much sense, but like, we get it. I get it. I want to actually, I want to see that interaction. I want to know how close Garp is to like some of these dudes. You know what I mean? Where they just like, because they're not on the Roger Pirates anymore. Last time we crossed paths, like when was this? This had to have been before Scopper, but we know Scopper gets off the island, right? Because that cover story, where he's talking to Crocus. Um, hmm. The kid's done well to stay out of the Navy's clutches. Ironic. He's done well to stay out of the Navy's clutches is like, yeah, because he's like, I don't know, 10. Like, he's not he's not that old. It'd be crazier if he did get caught. The Navy just out here arresting like 9-year-olds and 8-year-olds and executing them. That'd be kind of crazier, right, Scopper? Followed up by the line, I have to die now. Wow, so I basically have a little brother out there. Okay. True, you and Buggy were always like our sons. Okay. Now this is see, I think like everything has to be based off of the relationships, right? Like Shanks being like Celestial Dragon. When did they know that? Right? Like who told him that? How I want to know that pathway. How did he find out about it? Is it just because like Shanks saw Holy Knight? Like, hey, he looks exactly like me. Or Roger told him, is that why he cried? Hmm. And I also want to know what missions he's done. Damn, it looks like Sabo right here. That's crazy. Who knows, with Captain Rogers' blood flowing through him, that the kid might just become the pirate king of this new era. You know the title's not hereditary, right? Besides, most burdened with high expectations fail to reach the top. That's crazy. Is that so? I think things are more interesting that way. Wahahaha. Thunk? Wait, did he just hit him in the head? I'm confused. Did he hit him in the head for that? Why is he doing the Nika pose? Meanwhile, Weast, I still don't know how to pronounce it, and I never will. I'm just gonna go with Weast. And just for the record, that's also why I spelled minute that way, because I had a typo, and it was that. And I was like, that looks like the spelling of the castle. Weast. So I just left it there. Dogha. Haha. Ooh, it's Loki. I mean Prince Loki. He's returned. Elder Yarul just arrived too. Okay. Alright. Let's see what shenanigans we get up to here. Oh, so we're starting here. They're not. This is before the flashback. He's right here. Loki's. Wait, what is Loki doing? What is this pose? He's flying in, but like not really. Did he just jump from wherever he was? Did he jump from the underworld? Huh? The way this is drawn, it looks like there's a line just falling off screen. Did he? It even continues in this panel. Yo, he literally just jumped from prison. That's one way to escape, I guess. I mean, they let him out, yeah, but he's just like, which way is the castle? Can you point? That way, Loki. And he's like, one jump. And then he just jumps perfectly. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, and then Yarrow's on this side, taking boat. That would be wild. If this is Yarrow and this is Loki. Loki's like, man, that old man, he never gets old. And you just see Yarul just slam down. That's crazy. The foyer, not to be confused with the Kanye. The foyer of the audience chamber. Is this the foyer? No, it's not. Wait, wait. Is it? You walk in and you're straight in the oh, of the audience chamber. Okay. That still isn't it? They're in the room. All right, we're not gonna get into the blueprints, architecture, naming. Um, I guess there's multiple foyers. I don't know what a castle foyer would be, to be fair, but sure. Your Majesty, why did you do that? Wait, what? Oh, is there a guy on the ground? He was just chaining you as ordered. Why did I cut down that soldier? What am my body? It's moving on its oh shit. Oh my god. Is he dead? Yo, these soldiers are so loyal. They're not like horrified at like their comrade being killed in front of them. They're like, "Huh, was it justified?" Sir, tell us if it was justified so we may not repeat this. So it's not even about them dying. It's like, are you unhappy with how he was chaining you, good sir? Why did you do that? He was just chaining you as ordered. Is it because of those orders? I'm simply forced to snuff out anyone in my way. Damn. Mobilize the entire nation and form a grand army of warriors. Okay. Could it really be possible to disobey? Is it messing with my thoughts too? Oh. This is so interesting. Because he's like, he is currently disobeying. Like, his body acted. But like, it's kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like rocks. Like, is he shaking? It looks like he's shaking here. Will this last forever? It's funny because it's like a tattoo. Oh no, this tattoo's forever. This is unironically Japan coded. With how Japan hates tattoos. Like, even in today's age, it's like looked down upon because they last forever, even though we technically have ways to remove it now. Emu, oh my god, Emu would hate laser tattoo removal, right? Because then like he could just go, like, was it 4 sessions? This one's so small and simple, it's probably like 2 sessions, maybe even 1. Have you guys seen Pete Davidson? He's even got an LBAFU name, Pete Davidson, right? He had face tattoos, I think, and so it's gone now. Then the country will suffer as long as I live. This body of mine is a walking hazard. It'll be for nothing. It'll be, you know what's also funny too? Like, technically Emu isn't even betraying their like I had not an argument. The person never responded. But they commented on my last stream and they're like, Harold isn't stupid. Because I went hard in the paint on Harold last stream. And I don't take it back. I feel like there was like one thing that maybe could have changed stuff. But I was like, no, at this point, I'm saying he's stupid. Like, he's genuinely, like, I'm not going to rehash it, but I commented, I responded. And when you, like, think about it, Harold went there and said, I'll be your slave. This is what it looks like. Even without the path, even without the Bismarck, right? Like, he did offer everything. You know what I mean? He didn't go, I'll be your slave, but no, he didn't do that. So like technically, you know, you did offer it. That's why I gotta be careful with your verbal contracts. You can't look at this is the ultimate cope angle that you could take, which is that like, hey, Emu's not doing anything wrong. Harold's just too dumb to like recognize that this is what he agreed to. He went there and said, I'll be your slave. If that means grooming your entire nation into warmongering soldiers, so be it. You said you're giving up your freedom. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like to give up your freedom. Careful, as the genie once said, careful what you wish for. I think that's from Aladdin, right? I don't know if it predates Aladdin. It probably does. Don't quote me. Or Aladdin, probably. It'll be for nothing. It'll all be for nothing. The last 144 years of my life. That's so crazy. The last like 100 years was just this, all ending in this moment. I have to die now. Oh, the title mention. Oh, and we have the title mention early, page. What, 2? 3? Look at that. You men kill me now. Oh, wow. He can still talk. Oh. Oh, wait, that's even wilder. I didn't realize he could still... I'm scrolling. I'm so silly. It's time to scroll up. But I thought he lost the ability to talk because he didn't respond to them. Dude, this is even more impressive. Why isn't Emu stopping this? You men kill me now? Oh. Is he going to be able to talk the whole time? But he can't move his body on his own. Nah. Emu has to be able to stop him being able to talk. Because then this is insane. It's either he's still resisting, which that's dope on Harold's part, or Emu can't. Huh. I mean, I guess this makes sense. We know that the guards all stab him from the very beginning of this. But the circumstances. So he told them they stabbed him. Okay. No Dami Reversi, but it's just like he's kind of in a worse off situation. At least Dami Reversi like made you feel good a little bit, right? It's like taking Fent, I guess. Don't take Fent, guys. Don't, especially apparently not the United States just declared Fent a weapon of mass destruction, guys. So every hospital, pharmacy, and everyone prescribed Fent is currently wielding a weapon of mass destruction. Yep, that's the case. That's what that's what Dami Reversi's like. I'm sure every drug fisher boat from Venezuela is saying that too. Hey, do you want to feel like Dami Reversi'd? Crazy. As if I'd ever let Elbaf be enslaved. You were king, though. You have every right to. Hurry before I'm completely taken over. I wonder what it feels like to like fight Emu's control. Like, there's no description of it. He's not saying it's hard or anything. Like in Rox's situation, it like he was like, I'm fading now. You know, like I'm fading away. It was descriptive. What is Harold feeling? This is such an interesting position. He is one of one right now in the series. Had Saturn ever felt like this? You know? When Saturn was going away, was he in the same situation as Harold right now? Your Majesty, what are you saying? Old man, I'm back. That is a crazy... I don't know why. Looking at it from this angle looks so crazy. Also, that just doesn't look like Harold. That looks like a shadow. Like, I know it's silhouetted, but like it straight up looks like a... All right, there you go. What the hell are you doing? Harold? It can't be. I really am immortal. What a way to find out. Yeah, but is this not... It looks like this is just a shadow. Is this how... I don't know. I feel like that's how the immortality works. It has to be like shadow power. Somehow Emu is... The pack does something with shadows. I'm regenerating. What does that feel like? Does it feel good? Everyone always wonders, like... Not wonders, like... They always want to regenerate, but they never ask how does it feel to regenerate. Probably feels gross. I don't know. Stop this. Oh my god, yeah, I keep on forgetting the context. We know that they all die. But the context of it is like, you know, whether it's emu or whatever, like we didn't know the specificity, but like to die like this, your last moment, yo, does he just chop them all in half like trees, like against Whitebeard? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's crazy. Stop this. All of you run. Ooh, how am I supposed to die now? Someone help me. Loki and Yarul just watched what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not to mention the guy on the ground. 13, 14. I would imagine 15, 16. This sword, the radius is long enough. There's probably a few off-screeners that get killed too. Damn. 20 kill combo. That's crazy. Combo. I don't know why I slurred that word there. Okay. All right. And we jump back to the jacuzzi. I'll cut to the chase. All right. I'll cut to the chase. Harold and I were both bound by the most shallow What? Wait. This is how... What is the relationship? Like, Scopper, Shanks, like, is Shanks telling this to, like, Rayleigh, too? I thought that this would have been kept, like, a secret. Oh, even Great One? Wait, hold on. We're both bound by the most shallow pact of the Holy Land to serve the individual they call the Great One. Well, I guess now that, I mean, okay. To be fair, God Valley was before Laughtail. So now... wait a second. I know I'm going to get my answer in a second. But shouldn't the history that Scopper reads at Laughtail might not have the Great One or Emu in it, right? Because if it's Void Century and before, then it's not going to have Emu, because Emu's after Void Century, right? Becomes the Great One after Void Century, right? So then I wonder about like the packs. He might not. At first I was like, wait, shouldn't he know about this stuff? But then I was like, not if they were technically developed after. But he might know of it. He just might not know that, like, he might be like a little confused. Like, wait, what do you mean? They have these? This is just the Shallow Sea Covenant contract, mind you. Oh, and we're also we might figure out like Stopper's way. But even then, when we're in rain, whoa. This is just a Shallow Sea Covenant. What are we talking about, range? This is just a Shallow Sea Covenant contract, mind you. But even then, when we're in range, we can't Yo! Is that why he went to the East Blue? To stay out of range? Like, he just sailed until he's like, yep, I'm good now, guys. Huh. Dude, that'd be genius. He's like, he was playtesting the oh my god. Oh, Shanks is my favorite character. I love people who do this in games. Oh my god. I do this all the time. When a game drops or a new patch like in League and someone goes and play tests it, especially in games where there's not a sandbox mode and like you can't really, he's out there like he's play testing the we need the Shanks walkthrough, baby. This shit's dope. That's a curious power. It meant we could only talk more plainly when we were away from the Holy Land. Okay, so also listening in too. Okay. I knew it. You're from the red-haired pirate. Oh! This is a flashback of a filler not a filler moment, but a moment in between that filled up the part that we didn't see. He met up with Harold outside. You're from the Red Hair Pirates. Wow. So he doesn't know him from the Roger Pirates. He knows him from the Red Hair Pirates. That's crazy. So the red he knows him from the Red Hair Pirates. I don't get it. I really don't get it. So because like they are already known. And so they know that he's a pirate from the Red Hair Pirates, the world government. They think he's done with it. So he joins the world government underneath the guise, play test the Abyss Mark. He's good. And that's why they're low key at Dawn Island, because it's out of range and he's staying low key so that they think that the Red Hair Pirates are no more. Not no more, but like he's not there anymore. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. I guess. So he just has to stay away from the range. Oh wait, which I guess East Blue. All the blue are all the blue safe, or is it just the East Blue? Hmm. Oh, that would also be crazy if the East Blue was like that because, or the way it was like that because the Holy Knights couldn't operate there. Hmm. Interesting. Harold would probably be happy to join the Knights of God if it helped Eldaf's membership bid, but if he agrees, he'd have to enter into a deeper covenant. Yep, good logic. Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Asked Scopper, who I just wondered if he knows these things. So it sounds like he doesn't know about the covenant or whatever, but by the current timeline, it seems like he knows something. Like he knows something about it, you know? Like he just doesn't know the specifics of its current use, I guess. The covenant of a full knight blesses them with inhuman strength and immortality. They can also conjure abyss marks. Oh, okay, so this is a full knight. Inhuman strength and immortality. We already knew this. Abyss pentagrams enabling traversal across vast distances. In exchange, the Great One's voice can reach them anywhere? You're telling me. Yeah, what the where is it? This thing. You just add a little mustache to it, and then it's just an antenna? It's just a signal booster? That's it. The difference between this and this is just, this is so, oh my god. It's like when phone companies are like, you're gonna have to pay $5 a month extra for this service that doesn't cost that much, and then all they do is just like doop, doop. That's it. Like I don't know what other comparison. There's so many It's like what Tesla, or electric cars in general now, but Tesla. It's like if you pay. I don't know what their premium thing is even called, but like if you download this month's patch, your car will be 10% faster. Like, wait, you're telling me my car could be faster? I have to download the patch notes? What the fuck? Like, it's a software update? Oh god. It's just a little antenna. Because my thing is, why have that stipulation? Wouldn't it make sense to just have the full range for all of them anyways? Like, why give the lower knights like a small sliver of freedom? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it just make sense to make everybody constantly observed? This is like the like it's like the Garp logic with vice admirals, but it makes less sense, right? Garp doesn't go up because he doesn't want to become subservient and have more responsibilities and oversight, so he stays a vice admiral. That makes sense. But then like this version is like technically lower rank has more freedom, but I guess in their twisted logic it's like, yes, I want to be one with Emu, which I guess then would make sense, right? If you were thinking from a religious point of view, this makes sense because it's like if I'm like, okay, I'm cosplaying like a religious acolyte or something, and I'm like far away from the Holy Land, you know, that would be a reason to come and immigrate. It's like God has a domain, right? And this would be a reason to be higher up. It's to have more protection and be closer. But if you don't, you know, and you're far away in some foreign land that has other gods that they believe in, some, you know, dirty, like they call it lower dirty lands, God doesn't reach that far. But also it could if you're closer to God, right? That's the logic here. That's interesting. That's interesting. So disobedience becomes totally impossible even if you're far away. So now that I put it that way, Shanks is playtesting God and religion. That's awesome. That's crazy. He's like sinning and he's just like, is this far enough? Does God know about my sins? That's so funny. Shanks really be like the people, you know? He's playtesting religion, the Bible. Harold would be fully under their thumb if he enters into that deeper covenant. Those guys have a boundless appetite for greed. Ooh. Ooh. What are you saying about Harold, my boy? Damn. Damn. I can't see them just honoring their I see. He's saying I thought he meant people who pursue the covenant. But he's saying that the people who controlling the covenant have an appetite for greed, so I can't see them just honoring their word, which technically could apply to Harold if he became one of them, but he doesn't think. I really don't think Harold should join. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He doesn't think he has appetite for greed like that. It makes sense. He just thinks so Shanks doesn't think he has an appetite for greed, but he thinks that Harold is too what's the word? Too I can't even think of the word. But he has his allegiances to his country are so heightened that he would offer himself up like this, even blindly to that point, you know. That makes sense. That's a good assessment. What the? Yo! He got how much does Scopper's house cost? This, unironically, I asked this on the podcast. I was like, do you think that Scopper has direct sight? Like, is his house higher? Did I say this about I think I said this in the conversation about Odin's shrine where he's like buried. I was like, is it higher than the flower capital? Isn't that like egregious? And I think in that conversation, maybe it's off stream or off recording, I was like, do they do that with Scopper too? Like, what if he has like direct line of sight? Wait, also, I just realized, I should have realized this sooner. Like, it makes sense because the castle we knew wasn't on the Adam tree, but it looks like Scopper's house is. Unless this is Ripley's house and he just moved in. Oh, that could be it. She's like loaded. She's rich, so she's hot and she's well endowed, like financially, you know, she got that good real estate. So Scopper's like, I like that, you know, it could be that. I don't blame him. She got that Hollywood Hills, you know, she got one of those, the Beverly Hill, the Hampton. No, those aren't hills, but she got that prime real estate. You're telling me that Scopper has the direct line of sight above the castle like this. I'm like, they're literally treating him like Superman. This is like, they might as well. Is he Gordon like from Batman? Does he put up a bat signal? Hey, Scopper, we need you. Like, and he's just like, they're calling me. And he just like gets into the bat cave, flies in, saves them. That's crazy. Now it makes sense. Current day Elbat, if Scopper's just been chilling here this entire time, and then he saw the Straw Hats walk in, yo, he could see everything. He could see, yo, when Elbat was on fire, he was sniffing that shit. He just waited. Now it makes sense what he said to Straw Hats. Like, I hope the Elbat doesn't, go to shit. It's like, yeah, because you can see everything from where you're at. That's wild. Dude, you can't even take a piss in the forest without him seeing it. That's crazy. Oh, and he has a cave. Bro, he got it all. The dream. Because it doesn't matter how hot Ripley is. You gotta have that place away, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have that hole you hide in as the guy. I'm currently in my hole. Alright, that sounded bad. That like in my hole. Okay. My hands are here. My hands are here. That's not what I meant. Oh wait, did I skip the panel? No, we're good. Oh, and we speaking of hole, knock it off, old man. What the hell is going on here? Oh, they're clashing evenly, and you're telling, is this hockey from this? No. This? Nah, that can't be true. This looks like a normal Tuesday. Here, you're telling, bro, all the clashes that led up to something like this was like insanity. Like trees moving, people being blown away. You're telling me Rocks, it's Harold and Loki. Like, Loki has a toy hammer still. Like, oh my god, that's crazy. Loki, I think I've said this on record. I'm so excited to see Loki. I didn't care for Harold to kill all of them. I would forgive Loki to kill all the guards. Like, if it ended up being that like he had to kill his dad, and the guards were like, the context was the guards had no idea that Harold was like under wraps or whatever and being controlled, and he didn't give it the order, and all they saw was Loki stopping Harold, and it was like a Rox Garp situation, Rox Roger, where like they're talking voice of all things, and only Loki could hear it, and Loki just had to kill all the guards. I would be like, yeah. The alternative was that Harold lived and he stayed like this, right? You know what I mean? Like, I want to see Loki unleashed. I'm almost, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I think I started calling it Toy Hammer because of Psy, but this is like, I need to see, like, I want to see full form Loki. What does this look like? Like, does he turn Super Saiyan? I think he turns Super Saiyan, bro. At this point, give it to him. Give him Super Saiyan 3. We need to see what Elbaf really has, How are you even breathing after all those stab wounds? Why are you trying to kill us? And where's all this strength coming from? Yeah! Loki's like, Dad, you on roids, bro? Like, where have you been, Dad? He knows. Oh my god, Loki's so cool. All right, I'll glaze. Loki was like, Loki knew. I'm not, like, the thing is, like, I'm a dad. And anytime, like, my son, I should have told this before. for whatever reason, my son turned, well, he's not 3 yet, but his birthday made him like change. And now he's like asking for permission for like I taught him about playing rough, right? Because he was starting to get in the phase of want to play and tussle. But what happened was he would just run up and just like sucker punch me or my wife. And it wasn't a problem for me, it was a problem for my wife. And so I was like, you gotta, if you want to play rough, you have to ask, and it can only be with me. And he didn't really get it until like recently. And I'm obviously not playing rough, but he's just like, Dad, throw me, I want to fly. And I'm like, you're not old enough. And he's just like, darn, you know. And but like he's like talking mad tough, and I'm like, it'll never happen, you know what I mean? But if my son ends up looking like Loki, right, and I'm Harold, I'm gauging it. They're straight up, I'm coming home every once in a while and I'm like, yeah, nah, I can't take this Loki anymore. I can't. Like, I wonder when that happened, because that is such a funny thing. This line right here, where's all this strength coming from, is so funny to me. Because Loki was just like, yeah, I could take my dad easily. He ain't strong. He used to be, maybe a year ago. You know what I mean? This just straight up sounds like, no, the gap between me and Harold, it was long gone. It was so long gone. He has to be on roids. This can't be him. He's straight up. This is insulting, but it's so. I love it. It's also ultimate Loki glaze, and I know I am, but I love the dynamic. It also is apt to where I want Loki to be. And the saddest part about it, it's Harold or not Harold. Hiredin will never come close. And I liked Hiredin. It's just that after this line, there's no coming close. I'm sorry. What happened to you, Harold? Unless Hiredin gets Dami reversing, which might happen. But what happened to you, Harold? Shing. Yo! Did we know his mouth was down here? Yo, did you guys see this? This looks so odd. Did we know that? His mouth is down here. I thought it was up there. His mustache is here, but his mouth is below the sword. And he's taking out a... Oh my god, my dream come true. In this chapter, we're gonna get Loki fighting and Yarul fighting. My dream. I can't wait. I need to see Yarul do the one-handed, one-man Hakoku sovereignty. Let's fucking go. Fuck Loki. We need Yarul to do the Super Saiyan. Come on. All the hair stands up. Like Don Chinjao. Come on. Give it to me, Oda. Come back to your senses. Harold is my favorite character because he's giving me this hype. Who turns Super Saiyan first? Yarul or Loki? All guards report to the throne room now. Who's saying that? He's gone mad. The king, we have to stop it. Who's saying this? Oh, it's this guard. Stop saying that. What the hell? This is the worst. I'm sorry. You see Goku and Vegeta walk into the room and they're about to fight Frieza. You leave. I hate fodder, bro. I hate fodder. This shit happens with the Marines every goddamn time. Leave, bro. You see the A squad. You're gonna die. I hate people. Oh, this guard is an op. If it turns out that this is like a holy knight in disguise, I would believe it. You know, if someone comes out of theory, this guy was like Shamrock, boom, I believe it. He just signed all of their death sentences. This might be the stupidest line in this chapter. I might need to start giving that award out. This dialogue right here, my guy, please, bro. You got what? Convicted criminal #1 of Elbaf and the oldest man alive and the king. You're not living. Like, leave. Did a fight break out? Yeah, and you should go the other way. I bet Loki's up to no good again. And what would you do? This guy is acting like he... Oh my god. This guy's the one who put cuffs on Loki and he thinks he's a big shot now. Loki gave himself up. Clearly, that prison wasn't holding him. And this is the guy who thinks he did it. Oh my god, bro. This guy. We must aid our king. Huh, that's honorable. But I don't know if your king wants you to die either. He could speak. He could speak. Explain yourself, Harold. No, don't let him explain now. Just kill him. That's what he asked. The king's order. Explain yourself, Harold. What happened? Oh, shit. They got him down quick. Yo, Yarul got that. He got him by that shoulder. He got him right down. Yarul, you got to put your knee on his knee. You can't give him the freedom here. Either hip or knee. Come on. Come on. Look at Loki. Loki got his knee on the hip. Or it's about to. This is proper restraint. This is it. It's better. At least it's better. It would be like here, because then you don't want him to like be able to lift it. But if you put it your knee right there, you put enough pressure on the tendons so you can't lift or you can't use your full control. But right now, he can mobilize. He can use his hip to flip over, bro. This is 101. This is why Elbaf needs to still teach. What are they teaching in schools? Soul! This is it. This is the problem. They forgot how to fight. Huff. Elder Yarrow, what I've done is unforgivable. Yo, he can still talk? Wait, he can... Oh, I thought he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Never mind. He can still talk. That's crazy. When does Emu stop this? Is Emu listening and is just letting it happen? My sanity is slipping beyond my control. Okay. So Emu's trying. That's awesome. I love that. That Harold, like, the dialogue, we have the dialogue. That, like, Harold is resisting. This is a long time. And this is, to me, this is way different than the Damiurversi. And even then, the Damiurversi rocks couldn't undo, like, from what we know, like, naturally, right? But, like, the Abyss market's like, yo, they're actually just full control. Shanks doubled down and said it. Harold got it explained by Emu. Full control. And he is resisting it. That's awesome. Please listen to me, Loki. Tell the people of Elbaf what happened here. Got it. Now, okay. I get this. This makes sense. What is Yarul's deal? What is happening here? What I know the sword goes in his head, but is it amnesia? What is happening? Please. Tell them about the guards I slayed. Let it be known that I've repeatedly stained my hands trying to make Elbaf a member nation. Okay, good. Great. Spread. Okay, so Loki knows this and he's explaining this to the Straw Hats to stop her. Cool. Spread the word about how I was tricked and ended up in this miserable state. They wanted me to enslave our people as warriors for the government. Yeah, no shit. Unironically, both of these guys could have told you that. He literally, oh look, Oda did it. He has them restraining the arms and he has them restraining the hip. Good job. Look at that. Now I would use my knee because like you can't fight like leg and weight with your upper body on two separate parts. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard. Loki can. I don't know about Yarul. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about Yarul. Also, with how long Yarul's face is, he might be licking Harold in this. Like, if his head is, like, right there, and that's his... Like, he might be able to just go, like, just lick him. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it like he needs to. I'm just saying he can't if he wanted to. It might also be hard to, like, get down that far, because he's laying down on his beard. Oh my god, he could sleep on his belly. Because he has a traveling bed. I need to take my ADHD meds today. I'm thinking too far. But yeah, this is proper. This is better restraint at least. What do you mean? How are you tricked? Oh, Loki, do I got a story for you, brother? He wasn't tricked, actually. He just gave it up. He just threw it back for them. There was no trickery. They told him straight up everything. He kind of just didn't listen. They never intended to honor my terms from the very start. Is a crazy next line response. Is a crazy next line response to that. My king. My king. You didn't read the terms and conditions? I always be reading those, bro. I'm that guy. Not always, but mostly. Damn, Jarl's face of disappointment. He's like, I told you they were racist. I told you like 15 chapters ago, buddy. You don't listen to old people now? Yo, where are those elders? I would think that they have the house that Scopper has. Elder Yarul. Loki must be the one to eat Eldaf's secret treasure. Please see to it right now. What do you mean? No. Bro. Oh my god. No. This is the moment? How? Guys, Jarl can't hold Harold down on his own. You need Loki. And you have to chain him up. You have to chain him up. Please tell me they chain him up first. No one else can beat me with these godly powers. At least he knows this. It was never my dream to see Eldaf subjugated by the government, so then don't give up your freedom. As the king, relinquish your king role, then do it. I am the worst king in history of Eldaf. I haven't read the histories, but I could put you in the running there for that. The last 100 years were pretty bad. Will not lie. But yeah, I would love to read the annals of Eldaf history to verify. But you're in the running. You are currently running for it. So you must kill me and take the throne, Loki. And it's not even by my standards. It is by Emu standards. Emu literally goes like, this is the only time I'm gonna have a puppet like this. Emu, oh my god, that line. I forgot the other translation too. It was like useful something. Compliant something. But yeah. You must kill me and take the throne, Loki. Let Eldaf know what a disgrace of a king I was. At least he dies with clarity. I think it'd be worse if he didn't die with clarity, right? Like, if he still dies a good king, dying in insanity sucks, but he has his sanity. At least he can call a spade a spade. Let Eldaf know what a disgrace of a king I was. Kill me and elevate yourself as a hero. I don't care about how I'm remembered. That's not important. Thank you. Good. This is unironically probably the downfall of a lot of kings and leaders, right? Like, this part they recognize, but because they care about their reputation, they preserve themselves. They try to and hide it. But I think historically too, a lot of this part, not that it's justified, but had the truth been released, then the entire royal family gets killed, right? Like, you behead everyone, so that's why you'd end up hiding it. But you know, there's a pro and con. You know, honestly, I'd like to see them try. If they put it on Loki, I'd love to see them try. And the thing is, like, technically, we should, right? Because all of Eldaf, they did say, like, yeah, all of Eldaf couldn't beat Loki. I'd love to see them actually do it. The only thing that matters is securing Eldaf's future. Don't you see? You'd go that far? Damn. Yeah, this is important. This is good. I'm counting on you, Loki. You're the only one who can make things right. And then what? Does he slam his head? Oh, does he slam his head backwards to knock himself out? And that's where Emu takes over? Oh, shit. So he's like, Emu is just like, God damn it. This guy's too strong. I can't take him over. I gotta knock out his consciousness. Boom! Wait, how did he go from that position, this position, to that position? Damn, are all these one-hit kills too? Shit. Oh my god. Yo, it kind of do be looking like, is this guy's, oh no, it's Oda's just showing all the weapons being ripped. Have we seen a limb being ripped? No, all the limbs are intact. For, if this is Emu wanting to kill them, they're doing a pretty good job of only targeting weapons. Fair enough. Yeah, like this one, the shield. Interesting. Oh, this is the only one that kind of looks like the sword took off someone's head. There's a criminal roaming the castle. Sire? Seal the... oh, wait, what? Seal the chamber doors? Right away, your... oh, Harold's saying this. Well, like, Harold, I'm assuming as Emu. What have you done? Oh, that's gross. You're not the King Harold I knew. Yeah, no shit. Indeed, that Harold is gone. Oh my god. That's so gross. Oh. Oh. Crack, crack. Oh my god. None of you will be allowed to escape. The truth of what happened here will die with you. So yeah, this is straight up Emu coded. So this is all Emu. Oh! Oh! Everybody running, oh my god, he does the Lucci. He stomps, and this is the Mountain Oberon scene or whatever. Except with your foot. Oh. Oh no. This guy, he had such a, it's not the most beautiful face I've seen, but considering the way it goes, he lost a lot in this moment. Oh, oh, ah, yo, that's, ugh, Oda, you didn't need to show us the bottom of the shoe. What is the anime supposed to do here? Where it doesn't draw, like, also there's not enough blood to show what just happened here. That's insane. This is the most gruesome I feel like Oda's made like a primary character. On panel, at least. I shall deliver this country into the hands of Lord Emu. Emu! 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 Why are you talking in third person in public and announcing yourself? I get it, you think that everyone's gonna die, but like, yeah, and then even if that's your belief, then Loki lives, which is 14 years from now. Loki's still there. Loki knows your name. I thought the whole point is just referred to the Great One to hide it. That means Emu and Yarul know the name. Oh my god. Loki, hurry! Damn it, why do I have to eat this devil fruit? Doesn't that mean giving up the ability to ever swim? Is he shouting that? That's such a funny, like, he's right, but like it's kind of like me. Like he's running there and he's like, I'm gonna pro con this still. I'm gonna still pro con it. You know, save my island and kingdom, and dad wants me to do this, but I can't swim. Can I do it without swimming the rest of my life? And why is this old man suddenly acting like he's a totally different person? Oh my. Alright, this time it's fair because it's not like he transformed triple the size with like wings and horns. He straight up just looks like his dad. You know. You won't be eating it, Loki. That fruit is mine. Also, it's funny because like Harold is like the most sensical in the current moment, and Loki's just like, I'm used to the one that gave is completely like, I don't even know what the word phrase would be, but like, they didn't see eye to eye, but in his last moments, that person that Loki gets is completely different, right? But he's also talking about the emu one that's here killing everybody. He's just like, Kanye, is that you? He's just like, 1 second you're Ye and the next second you're Kanye. Which one is it? You won't be eating it, Loki. This fruit is mine. You just told me to eat it, remember? Damn. For all he thinks is dementia. You can't eat it, Harold. It would be the end of the world. Wait, who said that? Oh, okay. Yarul said that. Wait, does he know what it is? He has to. Hurry, Loki. No matter what happens, we can't let him lay hands on it. Oh shit, does he get to it? Is the devil fruit really gonna be the difference between being able to kill Harold or not? I didn't really think about it. I mean, like, even that'd be wild. Like, in the world where like Chopper's fruit somehow is that one, which obviously again doesn't make sense. Obviously, I wasn't considering fully that Loki is the one to eat it, and that silhouette was Loki. Hurry, Loki. No matter what happens, we can't let him lay hands on it. Oh my god. That's how it happens? Elder Yarul, I'm afraid I must return the legendary sword you gave me long ago. That's Yarul's sword? Did we know that? I thought it was just Harold's sword. That's a crazy... How does Emu know that? Wait, is Emu saying that from Emu's point of view? That would be kind of wild. Wait, that wouldn't make sense either. We find out that Harold's dad also died. Like, was also taken over by Emu. They just didn't know it. Emu took over Harold's dad. Yarl gave that king the sword. And it went all the way down to Harold's hands. Thus, this text box is not referring to Harold himself. It's Emu. I'm joking, but what a crazy circumstance. I need to eat the fruit and take up Ragnar. Yeah, this is the other thing too. Is that Yarul is like full of himself here. You know what I mean? He didn't use hockey, he didn't do anything. He didn't need to play this properly. He knew that Loki needed to retreat. He should have went with him and like fought him as a way back, not try to hold Harold back. You know what I mean? You'd only do this if you were like somewhat strong. God damn it. I wanted Hakoku sovereignty. Yarul. It's fine. Oh, does he just hug him? I won't let you. Ooh-ah! Oh, what? Oh my god. Wait. Didn't who? I thought Scoffer said that he showed up after. Wait, what? Wait. Doesn't that mean Emu sees him? And then this is out of range for Emu. Wait, did I misunderstand that? Didn't he say... What did he say? This is just a solid, mind you. When okay, so Emu effectively isn't there, right? He's Emu's in Herald, and then for this situation to have made, I mean, even with Shanks on the island, like Emu not being there would make sense because then they would know that Shanks is there. Shanks being out of range also means like he's innocent until proven guilty kind of thing. But this is different. Emu's seeing this. So does Shanks have to stop and fight them because like he's holding up a cover? Or did Shanks like when he didn't show up to get his promotion, does that mean automatic betrayal? Interest. What the fuck? Gabon, is that you? Gua. Yarrow, what happened? Okay. They sent Loki away. But now that these two are here, which I swear I remember Scopper saying he showed up after. I probably misread that. So they show up now. Do they need like all the other things? What happened to you? Don't worry, my helmet what? No, it didn't. So he's conscious. He has no damaged memories. He's completely fine. Please stop, Harold. You can't let him catch Loki. Okay. No matter how you slice it, we've landed ourselves in a real pinch. Harold, open your eyes. Look at what you're doing. Shanks, you know better than anybody that that's not going to help, right? Hey, Shanks, this immortality thing isn't it? Wait. All right, that's so funny. Either this has to be Harold, right? Emu's not. This is like Harold being influenced by drugs kind of vibe. Because it can't be Emu coaching this. Because if it was Emu coaching this, then this is the worst. Like they're trying to get Shanks to get the immortality thing, and Emu speaking through Harold is like, "Hey Shanks, for a low price of $9.99, you could get immortality too. All you got to do is come back to the castle." You know, it's like, yeah, no shit. That's why you didn't go back. You know, but this is Harold on like roids, cocaine, the other drugs that like all alter your mind. He's on all of them. I truly feel this is exactly, if you go to a party and someone says this to you, walk away. They're on all of the drugs. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm trying to sell you something. It'll make you feel like you won't die. That's a good sign to leave. You know what I mean? Don't say yes to anything. Same thing with the boss. Same thing. If a boss says this to you, you walk away. Right? Like, damn it. Is there really no way to free him from having to follow these orders? My question is the Emu Shanks thing. Because I guess like Emu just like did the thing, converted him, was able to see him and like change his mentality, but they're just not seeing Shanks there. Is that what it is? Because like after this point, this is 14 years ago, Shanks's arm doesn't get lopped off until like later. So then that entire time, was he just not? Does that mean that he couldn't chop off his arm, like, or he never wanted to? So that's why he stayed away from the thing. But then when he got his arm chopped off, that's when he's like, all right, now we can go back. But then wouldn't you just do that immediately? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we're actually gonna see it. Okay. The thing. Ka-chink. Cuff. This is. Oh. Wait, was that there? No. All right. Yeah, I'm already overtime. This is what happens after break week. There's no point. I just need to see 11:53. No. What chapter is it? 11:52. Was that in the? Oh my god, it was. Oh, it is there. It's just smaller and it's like slightly hidden. The Ragnar is right there. right here in 1152. That's Ragnir right there. But you couldn't really, like, if you paid attention, then you could see it. I'm sure that I'm just the silly one, and all the people who were like super intricate on the thing, they noticed it before. But like to a casual, right? They probably did not like. They thought that this was his background. You know what I mean? But that's 100% 1-to-1. Yeah. Wow. Oh wait, it's making clank clank, and they got the vibrato. Oh, what? All right, it's not Ragnir, it's Mjolnir. All right, got it. The forbidden devil fruit passed down with an Elbaf. What is this thing? Oh, he doesn't even know what it is. A surprise. What does Harold say? Did I read that wrong? Loki, you must beat the one to eat Elbaf's secret treasure. Please see to it. Yeah, he doesn't mention this. He just... Wait, did he say... like, you need the hammer? He didn't. He just said the devil fruit. No one else can beat me. He just need the devil fruit. The secret treasure. So, this line is crazy to me. All right, we could end it. We could end it. I mean, not that it matters. This is just for streaming. This line is crazy to me because that means that Harold's never told him about this. Like, he's never told Hired, never told Harold like about like this thing. But I don't think it's out of like, you're not ready for it, you're not chosen for it. It might literally be that Harold couldn't move it either. Because if it was important and you knew what it did, like, would you not tell, at least show your kids? You know what I mean? Like, the devil fruit one, I kind of get because like, it's like, you can't show that one because you have to eat it. And clearly, Harold was saving it for, like, he knows there's a purpose to it. Even Yarul's like, oh, if you eat it, the world will be destroyed. So he understands that he's not sure what's happening with Yarul or with Harold, but he knows that if Harold were to eat it, and like, he's taking Harold at his word that like, I'm out of control, the world will be destroyed off of that devil fruit. So now, like, Loki is aware of the devil fruit, but does he know, like, when he's running here, does he know what it does? Because that's the thing, right? Like, he's just thinking about the ability to swim. Does he know what the devil fruit does in this scene? Does Yarul... It sounds like Yarul knows. It sounds like Harold knows. And if they know, does Hiredin and Loki know? Is it something that they've told him? Like, hey, Elbaf's secret treasure, Elbaf's secret thing is this devil fruit. It does X, Y, Z. Do they know? And maybe Loki and Hiredin don't know. But this might be that, like, Harold doesn't know about it. And the only thing that makes sense to me is that to him, it's a weapon that he can't move. And he doesn't know the history of it. So he just doesn't, like, what's the point then? You know, like, to anybody else, it's like, yeah, it's just like this weird thing. It might be too heavy for me, you know? And it could literally be that, like, if you were to take the Mjolnir route, then that would mean that Harold was never righteous or worthy. Or he's never, he's at no point in time when he was righteous did he present himself to Ragnar if we were to go to Mjolnir route, right? Because I just find it funny that goes, what is this thing, right? That sounds like he's never been described it, never been shown it. You know what I mean? Never been told like, oh, this is also Elbaf's like heirloom. I've never, I don't know what my dad's never showed, like Harold's dad never told me about it either, you know? But I do know it fits here in the throne room treasury. It has to be important. This is ancient history. It's kind of like Ripley talking about like the runes and the ruins and having at least the knowledge that this is so old that like must have some importance, right? Because if no one was able to move it, then I assume that it's just been there for the entire time. We've never seen Harold wield it. It literally might be that he doesn't know what this is. And he's never described it to Hiredin or Loki. On a separate note, this is unironically the biggest W for one of the craziest theories I have. And I haven't been looking at chat because if I look at chat, my ADHD will run rampant and will jump off and I'll have to re-explain many, many times. But the Mihawk is a sword theory gets infinitely boosted. I'm not saying that Mihawk is a sword, okay, guys? But on some path towards that theory having legs to stand on, that gave it certain components. One of them was like, hey, like Oda's going to make things like Oda's gonna constantly tease Mihawk to be like this if this theory is true. And after making that video, what does Oda do? He makes Mihawk's clone have the sword, the fruit that turns you into a sword. Only a sword. Like we've only seen it turn into like blades that are like katana, right? So then we get that. It's like, all right, I'm not wrong. Then Mihawk is a sword. His clone is a sword. But then the other one of the other legs that gave that theory was saying that, hey, if I'm correct, the further we go into the series, we're going to get more weapons be sentient, which was just an easy layup because and for me, it's not that particular because like a lot of people believed in the Mjolnir Elbaf thing before we even got to Elbaf, and I was always like, okay, it might not be like Marvel Mjolnir level type of thing, but you know, it could have some sentience. I could see that, and you know, originally it was like the curse or the enchantment or whatever, and or like the dwarves did it, had some enchantment on it, and but in that video I was saying the legs to look for is on Elbaf. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a straight up sentient weapon. Straight up sentient. And like even when we got Ragnar, I didn't think it was like that. But this is different. It just straight up flew at Loki. And Loki had to dodge. You know how funny it would be if Mjolnir threw himself, or Ragnar, threw himself at Loki and Loki was just so strong, he's just like, and what is this little bro doing? What is you good, buddy? You know, like, but like I said in that video, Enma was strong enough to almost kill Zoro straight up just by hockey sucking him. All right, that was another thing. Hey, you can't deny that Zoro was on death's door, not even because of King. It was straight up that Zoro about to kill his ass, bro. You put a time limit on him, not because of King, because of the sword. Reminds me of the Sandai Kitetsu and the Cursed Blades. All the ancient weapons are going to be sentient. I mean, who said that? Scuba. Okay. Scuba, we gave rights to women like 50 years ago at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't still be. Shirahoshi has rights. She is sentient, brother. It's been the suffrage movement was a long time ago. You can't just be saying shit like that in 2025. That shit is crazy. Yo, what Narukami, you're gonna say? Par, we can take them on. No, we're not. We're not this kind of community, okay? We're the most I'll entertain in this community is that she's part fish, okay? All right. I was giving a Scuba the out, but when two of you guys started fumbling back in time, you know, Back to the Future wasn't a movie about going back in time to take the bad and bring it to the future. It was bringing the future. Well, what was that movie about, actually? Now I think about it, we didn't bring anything anywhere, to be honest. I think the main thing we learned in that movie is like you're not supposed to affect the timeline. Food doesn't get to vote. All right. I'll have you know, Pats, we have not eaten a single fishman or mermaid in the series. Not even the most disgusting people. What does that mean for you, Pats? You, Cookie Ninja, not you too. You're the knockoff Stream King. That's a different kind of. That just means I put feet on the thumbnail so that you guys click. That's what that means, okay? What? Don't sleep with your mom? What was that relevance there? Also, why did YouTube censor that one? Does YouTube not work in Alabama? Okay, picture this though. Kaboterman, but for weapons. That's what I've been picturing. I don't need to picture it. You know, I've been saying that. That's literally. You know what's gonna be funny? One day, we're gonna get to a point and it's gonna be. Yeah, of course, I always expected Mihawk to be a sword. Duh, have you been reading the series? And those people will never like they'll never acknowledge or go back to a time when it was crazy. It was blasphemy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? One day it's going to be commonplace, but I was there when no one else. It was still dark. It was still dark, and everyone was afraid. Everyone was afraid of the dark. But me, I'm the one with night vision. Par, what is your thoughts on the Yarua helmet situation? Is it just Oda gag? Bro, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know because this was the easiest out. I don't know what comes of this moment because I genuinely this was the easiest out to just have Yarua just forget, like have him pass out, and then like have him not see conscious, forget the circumstances. Boom, you can explain the current day a lot easier that way. I feel like, right? The only dissonance there is that Shanks and Scopper are now eyewitnesses and Scopper's a respected person, right? So then, in the instance that Yarul has dementia and doesn't like remember, because it's one thing to like when how do I say this? I think like when it comes to memory loss based diseases, one of the things that is in your favor for the most part, and like sets itself apart from like something like schizophrenia, is you don't replace your memories as willingly. Like if you forget something, it would be normal for someone with like dementia to cope cope with that by assuming like the gap, like inserting a understandable gap, right? But the moment you go like, if for example, like, how did you get here? What was your last memory? And the last memory was like they were at their house and they don't remember how they got to the store, and they just like drove there, but like they don't remember that. That's the way you get them to like recognize, yo, that memory, but it's like very hard. Versus schizophrenia, it'd be like, yo, Bob drove me. What do you mean? And then you're just like, who's Bob? And then that's like the difference, right? And um and what Yaru's go like unless he's playing along, like Loki's like, yeah, um don't tell everybody about me. Don't tell everyone about Harold. Let me get tied up to the tree unwillingly, you know. And then they do, like, the current play out is like that. Like, it's almost like Yaro's convinced also of it, like a schizophrenic thing, not a dementia thing, right? But it even more so would have to be that case because Scopper's here, and he is well respected. He's literally given Superman's position. You know what I mean? He's the all-seeing eye of Elbaf. I can't see a world where like Scopper's just like a citizen of Elbaf and he lets Yarl just like not see reality. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's almost like there has to be like an agreed upon chosen act. But the fact is like Loki's not willingly tied to the tree. He asked Luffy to untie him. Right? So like what is Yarl doing? I'm gonna get to the super chats, but I see this one pop up. Shout outs to Alejandro getting that 2-year, bringing that 2-year, 1 month, 25-month membership. Appreciate you, Alejandro Solas. Said, who did it better, Homing or Harold? Both are victim. Wait, what do you mean? Who did it better? Like, who did... Actually, on that note, is Harold a celestial dragon? He is, right? Specifically hidden treasure? Oh, is that the translation? The term Harold used for Elbaf devil fruit is the same term Shanks used for the gum gum fruit. In chapter 1, he said that gum gum fruit is a treasure of the sea, also known as devil fruit. Specifically hidden treasure. Oh, interesting. They didn't know better and try to do it for the greater good. If the metric is who did it worse, Harold 100% did it worse. Who did it better? Like, I think Homing I think Homing did it stupider on a smaller scale. Because Homing not knowing how the populace would react to him denounce, like, in a Homing situation, he ignored the fact that the world hates celestial dragons and tried to assimilate with no assimilation period, and misunderstood the celestial dragons because he thought that they would take him back. So like, it's on a smaller scale because it's just with his family. But I say who did it worse because Harold did it to his entire kingdom. And I will still defend the part where Harold's stupidity comes from a part where there was a world secret, a secret that the entire world doesn't know about. And that being a miscalculation makes it automatically less dumb than what Homing did. Because Homing had all the information to make. He just was being silly, right? Like, stupid, right? You could argue that, like, yeah, like, had I known this at that point, right? But the point when he learned about Emu and God and the extent of it wasn't until after you already had the mark. My point is that the difference is he had like 90 years to understand that the world government wasn't his friend or his ally, and everybody around him, everyone he was close to organically, the person he married, everyone was like, you need friends. You don't need the world government. And the guy holding him down, and he just stabbed through the head, literally was like, hey, yo, the world government's racist, brother. I don't know how to tell you. All Jarl was like, hey, maybe the new age is racist. Maybe it's my fault. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what Jarl did. Yeah. Also, what Narukami said too. Narukami also added that there was like zero good for what Homing did. Other than, I think the only, like, you could say that Homing's good came in the shape of Rosinante. And even Doflamingo to a certain extent. It depends on what Oda has in store for Doflamingo later. Because the idea that freedom is that easy is naive, right? Like, no one who's starting a revolution, no one who's escaping anything will believe that it's that cut and dry. And that's the reality that even Oda paints, right? That was like Koala's trauma too. She got freedom, was like shown it, and still didn't believe in it and believe that she even deserved. But that was a kid, right? So like, Homie, you could say he's naive, like that it would come very quickly. But a lot of people, especially in our world too, when they become, when they're immigrating to America from a country that has, you know, US backed trauma. The idea, like, that's a big question. That's why a lot of people don't immigrate here. And a lot of people see the people who immigrate here as traitors to their countries because there's like, yo, you went to the US and the US is the one who fucked us all up. You know what I mean? Like Cambodia and other shit, right? That shit gets solved over time by like forgiveness mostly, because a lot of the help isn't proportional to the trauma. But point is that the situation that Doflamingo and Rosinante went through, right? The hope is that eventually you'll get to a Rosinante or, you know, a Law out of it, right? It's not the first generation, it's not the second generation. That's what all immigrant parents, like, I struggled in this country in racist, no rights, so that you could have the freedoms, right? There's always an expectation of that. But to compare that to what Harold got for his country, is arguably better, but the nuance of it is that Harold set up his like the was it the posterity? No, the legacy. Harold's legacy is, and as he recognizes here, it's not set up the same way. Homing was setting up his, if he had more kids, if he had some protections for his kids, like if he himself were stronger, he set up his kids for a way better life than Harold set up his nation. Harold set up in the last 9 years to set them up to be slaves. Homing was escaping that with not understanding that there's danger there. You know what I mean? Like, he gave up the stuff, and it's like dealing with the death and destruction of normal living, right? Because the way Homing went, in the One Piece world, you could have died that way anyways. Like, you could have died that way from a pirate. You could have died that way from disease. You could have died that way in a lot of different, like what we see with Baby Five and everything, right? Like, it was like literally they gave up the kid to starvation. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't afford you type of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas Harold set up his entire nation to be in the situation that like not Otahime, but like there's not even a comparison, right? Like, they were gonna all be enslaved in a manner that is inconceivable, honestly. We have yet to see I guess like the Tentatas would be close, but like Tentatas are given green bit. But I was thinking like the constant racial subjugation, right? That's very different. Like Homing is trying to create good. Harold was too, but as he acknowledged, and I think most of the people in his life, Loki being one of the funniest and like, I'm saying funny because of the kind of character he is, but the clarity he has, it's like, yeah, no shit, bro, you were bringing the government dog and you were hiding it from us. Like, when he admits on things like, you don't know the constant heinous crimes I've committed under the world government. Loki's like, yeah, I could have guessed, brother. It's crazy. But yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a good point, Tayante. I wonder who influenced Homer. I've always wondered that. I want to know what the catalyst is. Was it just natural, or was there a catalyst? I think with Sai, one time I joked about it. I was like, what if he like lost all his money in a cleansing event game, and then that's what radicalized him. He's like, shit, we're actually you guys are so evil. And that's actually like, sometimes what happens to people. They get disenfranchised, not necessarily from a good thing, but sometimes it takes being in the system to know the system and recognize the system, right? You're still a part of the system, and you got to be into the system, right? That's why it's like, when you get those like the CIA whistleblowers, it's like, what about you, buddy? What were you doing, huh? Whose rights did you infringe on, huh? And let's not talk about that. The government that I'm trying to expose right now forgave me for that, by the way. We don't have to relitigate that. You know what I'm saying? The fact that we don't see more celestial dragons like Homing is a bit weird. Expect to see a bit more better ones, for lack of a better term. We might. With the way Oda's presenting the celestial dragons, it's almost like I don't know how to say this, but you know how Giants at one point not too long ago was like, oh, they're only on Elbaf? And we were like, what does it, when Saul's like racist towards Elbathian giants, what did that mean? And now we know it's like, oh, there's other islands, like, commonly. You know what I mean? There's other atom trees even. At this point, I'm like, maybe there is like a celestial dragon like outpost that's less outpost, well, a colony. Let's call it colony. That's less radical. And I forgot what movie it was. You guys, some of you guys might know. This actually is okay. It's like surprise, surprise, but in the Americas during World War II, or the lead up to 1945, there was a lot of sympathy for the Nazis. The minimum bar was, hey, why are we stopping them? We're the US and they're them. Let's just let them do it, bro. What are we trying to do over there, right? That's the minimum bar. And then the top bar was, nah, what they're doing is cool. And then like there's like photos of like rallies at Madison Square Garden and stuff like that. Which unironically we found out on this stream, like, or I not found out, but like I like fully think I saw. Yeah, it was like we were doing one of those guesser games, like the GeoGuessr, but pictures, and we got a picture of pro Nazis in New York, and it was like in Madison Square Garden, and it was like filled, and I was like, huh, what? But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was on stream, or it was on my second streams. But yeah, there was a movie that was propaganda that was commissioned by the US. It's on YouTube under US Archives. Like the US Archives have it. And it's a movie where this Nazi guy goes to a German colony in Canada. Like German colony at that time means more like everyone there is like basically German or one generation, and they set up a colony in Canada. And so this Nazi general integrated into the society, and they had the town hall, and the guy was like, this is your calling from Germany. And he had this whole speech to like recruit people to fight the good fight in Germany. And then you had these German guys in Canada's like, no. I don't know if you know this, but like the other nationalities, they are the same as us. There's no difference. We're not better. In fact, we rely on them. And then he just like points to the guy next to him. It's like, this guy is Norwegian Canadian. This guy is XYZ Canadian. And like, it's literally like the guy was flabbergasted because he expected applause and cheering like he would get at a Nazi thing, but he didn't. It was silent. And like, to connect it back, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if Oda does some shit like that, where it's like, we just find out that there's way more celestial dragons. There's like a faction of them that are just off, and Homing didn't know about them. And Homing had his version of it, which unironically is also the case, like Nazi people who escaped Nazi Germany and were compliant with certain things, they weren't treated nicely, right? You know? So it wouldn't be surprising if Oda like had like an island where celestial dragons lived separate and they just were strong enough to defend themselves. Honestly, somewhere like God Valley kind of sounds like a place that started off like that and they just didn't know, they just forgot. Isn't that just Vivi's family? Technically no, because Lily never made it back, right? Technically no, but like like almost, very close. Doflamingos is kind of, but not in the best way possible, right? Because he made it back, and then he just like he did do the thing, like he ran a cleansing event. Like he did the Nazi thing again at Dressrosa twice, right? And he like did it on a mini scale, but you know, like technically his is still better than the actual cleansing event. But yeah. um let's see. I mean, to this one, I think guys are saying like, oh, they would just be erased or executed. Mosgard was fine. You know what I mean? Like he went above, right? Like a celestial dragon got almost murdered. Literally, like there's not even a joke, right? Like all of us are surprised that Charlos is alive after that, right? And he protected, like that's not the same thing as like zero tolerance existing within the Holy Land. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference between like, hey, that guy's a little weird, right? I think they even said that about Mosgard. It's like, oh, that guy's a little weird. He doesn't have slaves. Something like that, right? I think that was a line somewhere. I think Charlos might have said that. And understanding that this guy isn't like, you know, us, I would imagine that's like Homing's family, right? They didn't kill him. They allowed him to leave. They knew his sentiment about humans, and they didn't kill him on sight, right? That's the difference, right? Mosgard straight up was like protecting criminals, and yeah, the subjectiveness of criminals there is different, but the nuance of why they killed him, that does apply, right? Like that makes sense, right? Obviously from his point of view, he's not a criminal, but in the environment he's in, he is a criminal, which is why like Homing, you know, it could make sense if like Homing had like the PTSD of seeing slaves, period, and then so he had to just leave, right? Like if he stayed any longer, he would just off himself, right? Which kind of is a thing. People did have that too, where it's like a recognition, and then they like could not live with themselves, so they did something extremely reckless, like what Homing did. But obviously, as the portrayal of the story goes, Homing seems very stupid, right? But you could always put something like that too, because that's a realistic standpoint. What the heck is he rambling about? Celestial dragons being there being a like various degrees of what Homing did and what Mosgard did within and outside of Marajua later on in the story. It sounds weird right now, but like Elbaf is kind of similar in that vein, right? We always thought like one place where giants are. Turns out there's lots of places elsewhere, or at least one major part that has a complete disconnect. But the fact that we get to know where the Yeti Cool Brothers are from, and it doesn't seem like it's Elbaf, I don't know. Maybe I still want to think that the Yeti Cool Brothers are like the elders' descendants. I don't know where they come from. But yeah, I was just responding to back stuff, and so let me actually get my headphones ready and get Sai in here, and we'll get into super chats too. So I can, and let me message him. Also, I realized this entire time I've had my super HD camera. Damn it. I didn't make it 720. No, you guys can see all my. Oh wait, no. Is it that? Oh shit! I also realized my phone's about to die. Oh, that's a crazy time to. Oh my actual camera's fully charged. Okay, here. Let me get this one on the thing. Give me 1 second, guys. We're gonna do a camera switch. Integrated camera. Oh, you guys can still hear me. Oh, the connection was actually nice too. I didn't notice any camera lag, which is pretty rare. Oh, it's because it's my phone. That's why. So let me charge my phone now, and let me get the camera in this. And okay. Oh, and then let me plug it in. Oh, and then this camera is auto tilted. What? That other camera was perfectly fine. Give me a second. Got some ASMR because I'm really close to the mic. There we go. And there. That's a little bit better. Yep, it only took me 21 minutes to read this chapter, by the way. I'm not going to acknowledge anything else. And then let me message Sai. Oh, Bluetooth. Discord. Bluetooth. Okay, one more. Don't switch. That's not popping up on stream, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Ready when you are. Let me sit in the room. Sorry. This is also part of the reason why it took forever in the first place. And then let me close out Discord here. Cool. Awesome. All right. All right, we're back. Now let me look at the super chats. All right, Baby Pluto, $5 super chat. Oh, might not be here for next week's stream. So happy holidays to the Visionary Pirate crew and the captain himself. Also, can't forget the great one, Sai. I just thought of a really cool idea. Maybe, oh, it's the ass mic. Oops, my bad. Let me get the mic out of my ass. Hold on. Give me a second. And huzzah! Is this the not ass mic? Please tell me. I took the mic out of my ass. Good. What was I saying before? Oh, getting emu contacts and like wearing them on stream. Like when we start getting to the Holy Land, I'll put on the emu contacts. That one mic wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was the headphones one, but I'm also not wearing them properly, so it can't hear me properly. Because this part is supposed to be up, and then the audio would be a little bit better because I think the mic would be like pointed towards my mouth. But yeah, I'm just because I'm using it just for the audio. I don't want to position my hair differently. But yeah, thank you, Baby Pluto. I was thinking about the contacts because you called Sai the Great One. I was like, huh, well, how would Sai look with emu contacts? And I was like, oh, maybe I should. But yeah, appreciate the support. Thank you, Baby Pluto. I think you're also one of the. Oh yeah, I guess like so early on stream I mentioned I'm 30 now, but there were a few people who guessed my age correctly when I started streaming. I'm pretty sure Baby Pluto is the one always clocking it, so there's that. But I guess that was also like if you are a sub, like a tier 3 sub or whatever, that was a perk. You got to know my real age, but it was mostly because I just don't like doxing myself. But now that I'm 30, it's like, yeah, I can't be. I gotta be transparent about my age. No, T1 as in Tyler. One. It sounded like Tyler 1's mic. That's crazy. I don't know what Tyler 1's mic sounds like. I just know that he shouts all the time, so he's always peaking, right? Or does he? I knew the old Tyler. I watched Tyler 1 when he was Rage Tyler 1. I'm sure he still rages, but before it used to be, it wasn't a Tyler stream. Okay, actually, I'm not saying I did this because it wasn't as important for me to do. But a lot of Tyler 1's, I'm not gonna say a lot of Tyler 1's people, but I knew some of Tyler 1's viewers because they were high elo and I was shocked. I was like, wait, you watch Tyler 1 and you're this rank? Why? And it was because they watched him on mute. And they watched him on mute to know if he queued up for their game. So they knew to back out in lobby. Because back then, Tyler 1 would just rate, like, you enter the game 5 seconds. If you said hi, he'd be like, I can't even say what he'd say. And then he would leave. He would leave the game. And then he'd come back and report you or something. His account got banned 26 times. So by the 20th time, people were like, you know what? I'm going to watch Tyler 1 stream. I'm going to watch it on mute. Yeah, he was very toxic. He was entertaining after a certain point. But like, he was entertaining to all the people. At that time, he was entertaining to the people who would never be on the other end of his shtick. Like, if you were one of the people who doesn't support game toxicity, right? Which is very rare in gaming, even now, then you were like, oh, this is funny, right? But the earliest people who didn't like Taiwan were the people who got the four other people that got abused in all those games. And the thing was, what Riot did at first was just ban his account. So then he would just make a new account, and he was good enough to get high rank again. And that happened like 20 times before he got IP banned. And then he got IP banned, and then it's like, oh, I don't have to watch a stream now. So, oh, that was the thing. That was also a thing. You'd keep track of his username. Because it's like, oh, shit. Riot, please, IP ban him. And they're like, we can, but he hasn't crossed the line yet. It's like, when is it? 12th account? 14th account? Which one is it, Riot? You've been banning him every single time. And then they IP banned him, I think, and then he streamed from another place, and it was just fine. And then they like Uber banned him, and then he reformed, and then I was like, yo, he's dope. It was rare. He was a rarity. That's why I love Tyler. It's just that his beginnings were dangerous. He is a good influence now, I'm sure, right? He's a dad. I'm sure he spends time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Yeah. Fun times. More rage humor than loud humor. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, back to Baby Pluto's thing. Again, thank you. And yeah, happy holidays. If this is the last stream of the year, happy holidays. I'm glad we made it through this year. I am a little sad that I'm seated down. I think my new system will be a standard in the reaction because I feel more animated when I'm standing. Especially this chapter, I feel like I would have been throwing my arms up a lot more, and I enjoyed that part of it. And I appreciate everyone coming in, supporting, and interacting. This year was crazy for me and for a lot of people, I feel like, but also good, bad, a lot of it. Can't say I'm not grateful though to be here and seeing all the stuff, my son and everything. So do want to get that sentimental part out of the way. Thank you, Babe Pluto, for being wholesome and one of the OGs. Might not be here for next week's stream. That is, hey, we might not have a next week's stream because it's like Christmas. So, is it Christmas? No, the day after Christmas. Yeah, I might like not have a voice next week either. No, my homie canceled his birthday weekend. It's some kind of exam, some kind of like math exam. But yeah, happy holidays. Happy holidays. Thank you. We got Growth Stonks with a $5 super chat. Said, hi, Par. This chapter made me question so much. If Loki even ate the devil fruit, or is Harold even dead? Because he might be the man marked by flames living out in exile. Nah, listen. Harold needs to die. No more Harold. Okay? All right. I don't care if what you think, Growth Stonks. My bias is that Harold needs to be a closed story. I don't think it does any good for Harold if he continues on past this. But like the other side of it is he's just too goddamn strong. Like he's a character like it's like Rocks, right? Like Rocks, I need to be dead, right? His difference though is that like if he stayed alive on this point, he's geriatric, right? Like that would be the cope. But like I don't know. Like after seeing Garp, it's like I wouldn't put it. If Rock stayed alive to this day, I would not. I would believe he's insanely strong too, right? Am I gonna say that he's one of the top of the verse still, and he could kill like no? But like, could he lil bro most of the cast? Yeah, 100%. There's certain characters that die, and it's like yeah, no, stay dead. Odin, dead. Don't stay alive. Rox, dead. Don't stay alive. Harold, dead. Don't stay alive. It's just like they're too goddamn. And then the other part of it too is you can't even really do the old person thing with him because he would just be under 200. And for giants, that's young. So like if he stayed alive, he would be like what? Still prime Harold. Like you'd have to cut off his arms, legs. Like, is that what happens here? And then it's like, oh, is that why Shanks? Like, yeah, Shanks got his thing removed, right? Because of the Lord of Coast. We don't know the circumstances around that, right? But at a certain point, right? Like Shanks, if that's the case, right? Shanks is able to alleviate his contract by having his arm removed by a sea monster. And like the solution is why tattoo the arm? Just tattoo the chest. You can't amputate your heart, buddy. Like you can't. So that's why I'm just like it's kind of interesting because there like I mentioned on the podcast that Oda teased the easiest solution to Shanks's issue, which he doesn't have anymore at the moment, is that in Gear 5, Luffy has already demonstrated the ability to pop off scars. If he could do that, he could do tattoos. And if he could do that, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to do that to other people. He's having them pop out their eyes. So it like there would just have to be a circumstance to how he gets them to like remove it. Or he could simply just peel it off. I don't see why that would be an issue, to be honest. And that's insane. Because like that would then be the balancing. That's like, yeah, if removing Shanks' arm and there's a circumstance around why it worked that way, sure. But even in the max scenario, Emu could just start tattooing people on the chest. It's like, oh shit, you could remove the tattoo that way? I didn't even think about that. And then now Emu's like, you know what? New assignment. Gorosei, everybody line up. We're getting new tattoos on your ass cheek. No one can live without their ass. How would you sit? And then Emu would also be like, and girls can't get it removed because then Oda won't draw them, right? Emu would be like, yeah, the author of this story loves ass, so we're not gonna reverse BBL these girls, so that's why we're gonna get ass tattoos, tramp stamps, if you will. So, and then in that scenario, the balancing act would be Luffy could remove your tramp stamp. So. Watch it be because he was near Luffy. Yeah, we're gonna get the slow-mo of that moment where Shanks like grabs Luffy and like he's like, the power of Nika. And he just like rips off the thing. And like the because we never seen it, right? Like, so the Lord of the Coast bites his arm, but it's just below the tattoo, right? And so in reality, it didn't remove the thing. And Shanks is like waiting for the moment where Luffy awakens it, and he needed him to be afraid for his life. And so he waited, he coaxed that moment. And then so when Luffy was afraid and in the water, Shanks is like, ah, perfect. The power of Nika compels me. And he ripped off his tattoo. That'd be kind of crazy. Oh, wait, is that Sai? What do you mean you think? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, that was Kaido. That was Kaido in his full devil fruit form. We just didn't get that, like, it's kind of like Percy Jackson. Like, when you have like the closeness to the gods, you start seeing that the cloud isn't a cloud, it's just a god. So that's why early chapter 1 we didn't have Haki vision yet. So Kaido is disguising himself. He was actually full hockeyed up. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, the blue eyes black dragon. I dropped the book, not the movies. Is there a second movie series, or is that memes? Okay. Oh, if Sai's there, you can't hear him. It's Sai, go for
Everybody
it.
likes the movies more.
What? No, you're just saying that because I said the
Percy
books.
Jackson? No, people love the movie. What? We're
That's
talking about
just-
the same thing, right? The
that's
one about
because
the half breed.
Yeah, but that's because all of the people you know can't read.
No, dude. Everybody said, because we had to read the book for class, and then it wasn't an assignment to watch the movie, but we wanted to watch the movie. So what the thing is that everybody said that the characters, just seeing them in action, it was just way better. And the casting was great. I mean, we had Asa Butterfield.
Yeah,
as
you know,
Percy.
I heard that about One Piece live action
Mel
too,
Gibson.
actually. Very real people saying that
What?
very real thing too.
No, actually, if you hop online, people are starting to swing against OPLA. Finally,
Bro,
I've been
Ella-
telling people, dude.
Alejandro Solis came up with the most memed up answer. Sai is right. The movies made more money than the books. Making
Amen.
more money. If Sai took that angle too, oh my god, you know he's memeing there, bro. That's insane.
Oh, Par. Before we hop into One Piece, dude, that Kagurabachi I Need a Hero shit, it's fucking fire, dude. I wish One Piece had that Kagurabachi dog in him, dude.
I started the stream out that way. I literally opened up.
Dude, he said I need a hero.
Dude,
Like, fine, I heard you. I'll do this, man. I acknowledge your backstory.
it's this whew.
I love how they open up the backstory too. You just see him and his wife at home, and she's cooking him dinner, and then you cut away, and you just assume something fucking foul happened. It's like, oh god, oh god, no.
yeah.
I'm so excited. Yura the goat, Soga the goat.
Kagurabachi. Guys, again, we're gonna start the stream and end the stream. Kagurabachi is the series you need to read. Stop reading One Piece. You guys need to read One Piece because of like obligation. You're not gonna go 1,000 chapters in, start watching streams, and then drop One Piece. Which is why I'm not gonna push it on you, right? Anyone who's here doesn't need it pushed on. Kagurabachi needs our support. Like it needs it. So the reason why I didn't even see Chihiro at the beginning, because I was like, wow, this mosaic thing is so dope.
Yeah.
And then I saw this like Asta looking character. I don't know if it's Asta, but like it's like a green haired guy holding a planet. I'm like, is this Captain Planet, like the anime version? And I'm like, who are these characters? They look so edgy for no reason. And then I don't know if you noticed this, but this guy at the bottom left has the abyss mark. Oh, Sai's blocking now. This guy has the abyss mark at the bottom left. And he's a main character. And so I started looking through all of the characters. I'm like, what? Oda got the abyss mark on one of the other shonen MCs. That's so dope. And like, is this like kind of fun? Tattoo. Yeah, it's kind of funny that it's just
Oda
there.
walks around the office saying you need to add the abyss mark to your character,
And they're
or
like,
else we'll drop you from
yeah, no, no, no.
WSJ.
He goes, he goes, hey, it'd be a shame if you didn't show up at the New Year's party this year. Because you know how
Yeah.
all the mangaka mentioned that, like, oh yeah, I met Oda at the New Year's party. It's like,
Sounds like Epstein Island.
dude, okay, that's crazy, but also like, it's like Shueisha's New Year's party. And
Yeah.
every mangaka says that, and I'm like, you were working in the
Every
building with him.
mangaka's hyping it up, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, no, like Sai's wrong for bringing that example up and bringing it there, but like he's not wrong in how they say it, because it's every time I read that, I'm like, so you've been working in the building for some of them years, and you never met him, you never crossed paths, you never spoke to him before. Some of you guys idolize him, and you know, I think what's my hero's author? He's
I was gonna
Otis.
say Hiro Mashima, but that would have been so mean.
Yeah, he's Otis Stan, and he goes, I was too afraid. To be fair, guys, he's like Deku reincarnated, or like he made Deku into him, because he's like, I was too afraid to walk up to you. I was like, what? So you came up to me at the New Year's party? He's like, yeah, I wanted to be a proper manga.
Here's a picture of Smoker.
Yeah, that was me. And Oda's just like, you couldn't tell me that before? And then he's just like, I wanted to be a successful mangaka before you even saw me. And so he goes, I first met you at New Year's party. And everybody says that. And so it might be that Oda's just like, hey, throw this into your manga. Otherwise, you won't see any New Year's party. And it's like, oh no, Oda, please. Probably Oda doesn't do it himself. He has his editors relay it. That's how I would do it if I wanted to pressure. And it'd be like the mob. You know,
it's a crazy comparison to Epstein Island, though. I mean, somebody said Watsky's there. I was like, yeah, dude. Imagine Watsky's like in prison and he's still showing up. Like they have him in like a little VTuber, like a moving monitor.
VTuber's a crazy pull considering streamer awards, but anyways, and then I started scrolling up and I saw this guy, or kid, girl, and whatever, and I was like, bro, I don't know what this like unknown Pokemon egg looking thing is, but this character,
see that thing. What the hell?
This character is so edgy, and I promise you, it's it's like it's not jailbait, that's the wrong word. It's just like catfish. It's like they're not that cool, and that's because it's so meta to make every character look like that. But back in my day, if you made a character look like that, they were 100% a badass.
You're
and
Sasuke.
It was, yeah, like you can't just be doing like all of this.
Dual eyes, scar over the nose.
Yeah,
the red hair. I don't like the hair that much though. It's like a tomato.
Yeah, that's what got me thinking like, oh, this is fake. This is just meta. And then unironically, I scrolled up to the next one and I'm like, look at this. Look, they got the derpy girl meta, and this shit annoys me because every series has it. And then I realized the other series has the derpy guy right here. And I started getting pissed off, and I started looking at Captain America or Captain Planet, this guy. And I scrolled all the way over, and I
don't recognize a lot of these people, man.
Oh yeah, I don't know. But then I saw Chihiro, and that was my saving grace.
Sakamoto. Oh, that guy in the middle is Luffy, by the way.
Yeah, he shouldn't be there. This is my point. Is like, is this Shueisha pushing it, or is Oda? Because if it's Oda, then I forgive Shueisha. But Shueisha's gotta realize you don't need to push One Piece anymore like this. Like, especially for the Shonen Jump. I
don't think it's to push One Piece. I think it's to sell Shonen Jump.
But like they at certain
like put any of those other characters in the front. I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, who? What is this?
Yeah, but they have to rip off the Band-Aid at some point. And the most important market for that is their own market. They got to, at one point, they're going to stop putting Luffy on the thing, and they got to realize, like, you know, we should have transitioned. We should have stopped putting Luffy prime time on every single one and started hyping up these other ones. Because one day we're not going to have Luffy. True. You know, and that's why I'm saying, like, if it's Oda pushing it, I forgive him. If it's Shueisha, I'm like, Oda, we need Luffy. And then they're like, Oda's like, hey, what about the little guys? And they're like, no, our money tanks. And it's like, it's gonna tank. I'm only getting older, guys. I'm only getting more diabetic. Like, one day I'm not gonna be able to do this, and you guys can't put like hey, you guys did this with Goku. You guys did this with all the other ones. Come on. Learn the lesson.
Yeah, they really need to push those other series. But to be fair, like the other characters also get like that mainstream like center page. It's just that TCB doesn't show us when other characters are there, not Luffy. So
That's fair. But I feel like I see it so often.
like we see these like once a month. But the thing is that the other days or the other weeks of the month, I mean, it's not Luffy. So
Is it Chihiro?
Luffy still has the most, but Chihiro gets some.
Okay.
Some of those other characters that I think you mentioned get some. So
if Chihiro, see, that's my main agenda. Is if we're losing Chihiro time, Chihiro's substance because of Luffy, that makes me upset. I'm first and foremost Chihiro stan out, like, you know, yeah, I react to One Piece, but that's my world.
You say you're a Chihiro stan?
Yeah, dude.
Hey.
Kagero Bachi's so insane, dude.
Dude, I've always been day one Yura fan, day one Sword Master Genocide Defender.
Oh my god.
And I'm happy about it. My stocks paid off. My stocks paid off.
We don't...
I love those guys, man. My boys. I don't like anybody else. Samura's okay. I think Samura's okay. I love the whole daughter-wife route. I'm always a sucker for like a family sad backstory.
I'm not going to spoil anything, but we still don't know. You know, to say it to you without like spoiling the current circumstance, right? Because I want people to get the full experience. And so...
What about Soga? I'm just saying, it doesn't matter like if nobody agrees with him. If he thinks it's justified and he's like, yeah, it was a war, I killed all those people, I did it.
It's not that. I'm saying the equivalent is that the ICJ hasn't investigated it yet. Because they didn't, the other people lied. The other people lied straight up. That's the problem. If they didn't lie, maybe we could have figured the truth out. Goddamn liars. And that was vague enough that I didn't expose. So I didn't spoil anything really either. But and me either. But I think
we're still learning about that situation too.
Yeah, that's the point. Is like, hey, the part that pisses me off the most of the last few chapters in Revelation is that one of the silly things that I had to suspend belief for like a minor thing but a large situation ended up being the mentality it needed to have. They made it feel good, but it's infuriating that it's like, it's literally like, we didn't have time for this. And I'm like, what? and like in all of me and Sai's conversations, I'm like, is it cause if it feels like it? And then author's like, yeah, that's right. And I'm like, nice. These guys. But yeah.
At least it makes sense at that point.
Yeah.
Sure. We felt it.
Yeah.
One last thing, but dude, the whole part where like he's like, yeah, you know, after the war, the government didn't do shit, bro. We just sealed up those swords. I was like, fuck, he's kind of cooking, dude. He's kind of cooking. He's like, we could have stopped crime, man, but instead the government just sat on their asses. And he's like, hey, this guy is so good. Like, hey, I'm with them, dude.
Yeah,
they're my spirit animals. Why did we not just stop the criminals, bro? Why did we stop at the war?
It would be I don't know how to conflate it without like super spoiling, but it would kind of be like someone in the One Piece, like not even Emu would slaughter Shirahoshi. You know what I mean? Like Emu was like, nah, we could use it. And apparently not even Joy Boy. You know, that's the difference in between the scenario in One Piece world and the thing. It's like somehow they created the third option that even the One Piece world is like, yeah, nah, we're gonna use that. Whether for good or evil, I don't know, you know, but I'm gonna be Vegapunk and say I don't know what it is. I just know the truth, you know? It's like, damn, bro. I don't know. We could have used those swords. You're right. But yeah, this chapter.
The chapter. I forgot. One Piece something. What is that again? That rubber guy?
Yeah, we're gonna get to super chats.
Just kidding.
There's a lot of question marks. I ended the reaction with like a huge question mark, which we'll get to later because it's like so shoehorned. But the thing that I'm interested in is I probably misremembered, but I thought that Scopper said that he showed up after all of this. I didn't know that they were participants.
I went back. I went back and read what Scopper said. He never said he showed up after. He just said he didn't have the full picture, which makes it sound like he showed up after.
What? He has the full
Yes.
picture.
No. It's funny, Par. I put up a poll saying, did Scopper and Shanks show up and fight, or did they show up during the final blow? Only 20% of people before this chapter believed that Shanks and Scopper actually fought here because of just Scopper's really bad wording. Like, it's, yeah, the way he made it sound is like, oh yeah, he showed up afterwards, or like during the final attack and he has no clue what's going on. But here, he knows goddamn well what's going on. He knows everything, essentially.
Yeah, I'm trying
to... He didn't really miss out on much.
I'm trying to picture the world where he doesn't have the full picture, and I'm like, so what am I missing then? You know what I mean? It's like, Scopper,
yeah,
he's here.
The thing is that he knows more than Loki even.
Yeah,
because Loki has no idea about the Mark of the Abyss.
Right, and that was also
Scopper knows about that.
That was a shocker for me, and I also played that out too because like prior to this moment, we don't know Emu's circumstance within the Void Century. So the reality that Scopper doesn't know that Emu's sitting on the throne could be the case because Emu took
called him the Great One.
Took the thing afterwards. But here two things happen. But yeah, Shanks says the Great One, which kind of implies that like Scopper, like he's telling Scopper one way or the other. But then two, I'm like, the Abyss Mark, is that something that Scopper knows because of Laughtail? And it kind of felt like he didn't. So whether or not that those powers existed prior or during the Void Century, that could be one thing, but it may not have come in the form of the marks. That might have been the foreign part of it. Kind of like how like devil fruits might not have been a thing forever, but the powers, the people that wielded them, like Nika, like during Nika's time, devil fruits might not have been a thing. But then after his time, now devil fruits are a thing. So if you brought Nika back, it's like, what the hell are these devil fruits? What do you mean? All we had were like dials that shot fire out, you know? Like we don't know necessarily like what existed during what time, but these can imply certain things. And so all of that was interesting. And now it's like you said, adding that in, that there's a Great One, that there is also a tattoo. That tattoo has tears to it. That tattoo has a range.
I want to drop on a guy after he had a bath with him, you know?
Yeah, bro. Like, chill out. First of all, the other meme from the podcast was like, Shanks come here is like, yeah, I urgently gotta tell Harold about this like power that he shouldn't accept. But do you want to
let's have dinner and take a bath, man?
and
drink a little bit before I go.
Yeah, it's almost like it's kind of like the Shanks going up to Whitebeard. It's like, hey, I suggest you stop Ace because bad things are about to happen.
And he's literally at like Banana Island or some shit already. It's like, bro, it's too late, Shanks, man.
And then you show up after he dies at Marineford. It's like, I don't know what. That's the reason why people thought you were evil, Shanks. Can you blame
Shanks is such a funny character. And then another one that doesn't get talked about a lot is like the whole, oh yeah, I was hoping to find Blackbeard here at Wano. It's like, bro, Blackbeard's been stagnant for 2 years. He's literally at Hachinosu. Like, you know where he's at, man. Like, if you want Blackbeard, he has a home address.
When does he get
publicly available?
When does he get the observation hockey of God? Because when he goes to Wano, he's demonstrating like baby emu like level observation hockey, right? Because apparently emu can sense like what all the way up to the East Blue, and that's why he's in like that's why I said Shanks is now one of my favorite characters of like anime, because I love when people play test things. Like I did that all the time in League, like a new patch, play test this thing. That's what Shanks is doing. It's like, yeah, so this thing has a range, and I kind of just sailed until I felt good, and it's like, so Fuchsia Village was just like outside the range of Emu, and he's just like, yeah, Emu's not leaving there, so I'm good. And like he's here on Elbaf, and Emu's in the body, but that doesn't apply here because it's like they're not sensing each other, which I imagine is like what Shanks is like playing off of too, like his observation as well. But yeah, there's a whole lot of like lack of urgency, but hey, suspend belief on Shanks' side. But Scopper gets more information than we've gotten in 1100 chapters all at once. I don't know what picture he's missing, but I sure as hell did not think that they were gonna both show up. It's like,
Yep.
also the funnier part is, I don't remember we talked about this, but I remember saying, like, where does Scopper live? I think we talked about it.
He has like a
stream.
nice ass Minecraft house, dude, on the side of a mountain.
Dude, he has.
That was cool.
He has like
He has the house.
like he has the Justice League watchtower. It's almost like they have him up there like as the bat signal, like y'all, and then he just like and just flies down, saves everybody. Like, I don't know how he misses anything. Like, at that point, current Elbaf makes so much sense. But also, like, he was watching the fire. He's when the lightning shot at the castle at the thing. What do you want?
He got a perfect view of it, man. He didn't even need observation hockey for that shit.
Yeah, when
He just turned around and he said, "Oh, castle's on fire, man. I gotta go."
I sensed a strange hockey. There was a giant lightning strike from the gods, Scopper, please. And then there was another one from the forest. And then you left. And then there was another one to bring in the other two dudes. I'm like, all right, Scopper. All right,
So
Scopper,
funny.
why are we paying you up there to be up there? And then I thought, like, oh, maybe Ripley's just like she got money. She's well endowed in all the aspects. And that was her house. And he married into
Well,
wealth.
okay, you don't need a lot of money to make that house, considering like this is the land of giants. It's essentially making Scopper's house is the same as making like a toy house. Like, it's just so small.
Yeah, but it's about that land. It's about that real estate. They care about that.
And also, I think the reason why it's on the side of a mountain is so that Ripley can like not have to like bend over or crouch down when she talks to Rayleigh or
Is it
Scopper.
the side of a
I think so.
mountain? I
Yeah.
thought it was on the Atom Tree.
It looks like the side of a mountain.
Uh,
Does it not? Let me see.
I can't really
Because I
tell.
can see the chapter behind
It
you,
looks
but-
more centered than the West Castle looks like on the outside, and then you see the canopy, and I just thought this was the tree that this is on, and they just built it on the side. And it also like
now that you mention it, I think it is on the tree. No. Now that you mention it, I think it's on the tree. Yeah. Actually, you're cooking.
all right, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a Wano
par,
tree?
par, W.
Also, does he have a Wano tree? I just realized that he has a straight up. He just
Yeah, dude. He probably went there while Odin was twerking. He said, "Oh, somebody's doing a show out here. I'm gonna go check that shit out."
he straight up just is like, I'm gonna take that. Yo, I don't care about Momo. I don't care about Wano. Kaido, you can have the land. Give me the tree. That
He
is
said Odin didn't want any help, so that's fine by me.
Yeah, but I wanted that tree though. Yo,
Yeah, I went for a legitimate bonsai.
that's so funny.
Also, to everybody asking, because I know Shamil asked it, and then Keishu's saying the same thing. Like, how do I feel about Harold? I like Harold. I do. He's an idiot, but I respect him for going this far. I really enjoy his character.
I'm just glad that he died.
I
with
will
clarity.
admit, when he said that he was betrayed by the WG, I kind of scoffed. I was like, okay, they didn't really betray you.
Yeah.
And if they did, they stabbed you in the front. Like, it's very obvious what they wanted. And the thing is, the whole thing about, like, even Shanks is like, oh, I don't think they're going to give Harold what he wants. No, they literally will give him what he wants. It's just that he has to do what he's expected to do. Like, the whole thing about Elbaf being militarized isn't crazy, considering he gave them giants and he himself is a military unit for them. So
Yeah.
it's like, they didn't betray you, Harold. It's obvious what they wanted. You probably could have asked them day one, what is your long-term plan for Elbaf? And they probably would have just said, oh, yes, we want to make Elbaf a militarized nation.
Yeah.
Like,
and then,
I don't think this is like a big plot twist secret for anybody, except for Harold.
exactly. That's why he's. And the thing is, I think because last week someone came at me, he's like, Harold's not
But I
dumb.
like Harold.
Harold's not dumb.
Harold's
I'm
dumb.
like, hey,
No, he's
you
dumb.
could support him as much as you want. So one of the things that they said in their comment that this is the main reason why I commented back, was because they gave a lot of support, but in between it, they're like, at the end of the day, slavery is not a big deal in the One Piece world. So that's why Harold doesn't care. And I'm like, that's a wild thing to assert in any support, considering like his best friend Neptune is literally fighting against that. And it's like he literally is saying my nation in his recognition of being betrayed. He's like, Elbaf is being enslaved. That is the reason why he's so upset. He never thought that Elbaf would be enslaved. And that's why in this chapter, him recognizing that full out, like that's Oda didn't have to give the character the clarity in their death moments. Him recognizing himself, him telling Loki whatever, the nuance could have been hidden, and Shanks could have gave the clarity to Loki about his circumstances later on. But Oda let Harold tell Loki and Yarul, which that's a question mark, the full scope of his participation without the details, but the thing there. And that's really important for Harold himself. You wouldn't really do that unless you're like, because then it's like, yeah, there's no point in bringing this character back. Like, and Harold's not even a character you should bring back. But when you do that, it's like a full closed circle. Like there's no shot. There's no point thing unless Oda does like a redemption, like a Moria-esque zombie bring back his corpse so the corpse can like finally get retribution for it. But I don't want that. I don't think you'll see a version of me that wants that. Yeah, if Oda somehow pulls it off where I'm like drooling at Harold's corpse being back, Oda's a masterclass. He got me. He's paying. At that point, just believe Oda's paying me. At that point, that's what that would have to be, because I really don't like that trope. Sometimes it plays well, but I don't think in One Piece it'll feel that great. And that was the other thing. Yeah, the other thing was that like there's so many strong characters that we don't need like Rocks or Harold current timeline. They live their time. But going back to it, it was Harold being recognizing all that stuff. But the other part is like if he wanted to do what he was doing, which when he walked up to them, he said, I want to atone for the sins of Elbaf. What he did was he left Elbaf and he told them, I might not be back for a while. In that moment, he needed to relinquish the throne. If he was going to do what he wanted to do, which was atone for the sins, then he needed to do it in the way that he did it without being the king. But what he did was, I am now your slave. And he didn't know what that meant. Like, I don't know how, like he's 150 years old. He doesn't know what the meaning slave was. But like, if the king of a country offers his full acceptance of anything you tell him to do, that means that they get to control your country. That's straight up what you're offering. Like, it's not even like a calculus question. That's just 1 + 2 = 3. Harold, you offered yourself up as slave, and are you king of Elbaf? Yep, I'm king of Elbaf. And you are a slave? Yup, I'm your slave. That means that we can control your country. I'm sorry, Harold, that when he says that in this chapter, they're gonna enslave all of Elbaf. It's like, you enslaved them. You were the king. You need to make your full adult son or Yarul or anybody king first, and then do what you need to do. Because at the end of the day, you want to atone for the past, so give up the future. That's like the greed part of it, because he wants to be a part of the future too. But like at the end of the day, you can't do everything, right? And so he was blinded by that part, and he could have solved it there.
It's like turning all of Elbaf into slaves. That's not even necessarily true. It's just militarized, which, I mean, you could argue that slavery with the world government, but it's not the same as slavery. Fair.
No, yeah.
It's not the same. Like, you're not being starved, you're not being beaten. No, you're simply just fighting. And it goes back to like the whole like thing. It's like, okay, Elbaf, they are a warrior culture. Are they getting rid of it? Harold wants to get rid of it completely, which isn't the idea. Like, it's so strange. I feel like you could probably reason with Emu and be like, hey, Emu, like, can we like only militarize like the guys over like 100 or something? Like, can we like raise the kids so that they know shit? I don't know. I feel like there's ways around this. It's such an interesting situation.
Other part of it too is like Harold's in a situation of like 1 of 1 in the scope of the amount of time he was let to cook, right? Because they for 100 years were like, no. It doesn't matter if he goes John the Giant. That was like 60 years ago now at this point or something like that. And like Yarl was like, yo, they're saying no to you because they're racist. Like, and I have the direct letter from them, from the Galila, to like support this, blah, blah, blah. And the scope that is, should have been very obvious is the, how, in what capacity the world government wants the Giants. Because even when Harold wasn't there, they still milked Giants out of him. And he was all for it. And he even had Rocks like, yo, that's a Navy I'd be afraid of. And so for a long time, they were very transparent about what they wanted. And the thing that I think is the, like, when you said, like, slavery isn't, like, it's not the same thing as, like, yeah, they're not going to be Kumas and Boas on Mary Joie, but their situation might be different, right? Like, who, the thing is, like, the marks are limited, but like the lowest mark isn't. And we don't, now that with Damir Versi, it's like I don't know where the limitation stops. It just seems like Emu has some kind of like limitation on how they can give the marks. So it's like, obviously, like, they can't bring all of Elbaf over, mark all of them, right? It's not feasible to do all of that, right? And the Holy Knights even recognize that with the kids. We can't even, like, the kids, we can't bring into the mark. We have to sail them back. That's a huge endeavor. So it's like, the framing of what it means to be a slave, it could be different for the Giants. It could be that the end goal is Damir Versi, considering that Emu is Damir Versing all of the citizens right now, and it's not just the older people, it's not just the king or whatever. If Emu wanted it that way, like, it's weird because Emu could just Damir Versi one or two or mark them, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that what's it called, I guess the end game for Emu would be to mark Loki and Damir Versi everybody else, but you know, that would still be different than here, where they're just militarizing, like you're saying. So it makes me wonder if, like, Emu always wanted Damir Versi all of them, which to me would make sense because 3 times bigger, wings, horns, all that stuff, and like ability to not.
Only downside is if it would drain them.
Yeah, but apparently also you get like, not immortality per se, but like
regeneration.
Undying. Well, regeneration we still don't know, right? Because like Brogy's arm didn't regenerate. It just, like, he can control it, right? That was the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently, like, because the next shot we get is like hidden.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like something's going on there.
Yeah. Okay, and then so off the Herald stuff, because that's not a focal point. He closed off the door onto his part. I think it's funny that Loki's the most justified to be like, yo, what's wrong with my dad? My favorite line of him was yo dad, why are you this strong all of a sudden? Because that to me is just like, he's been gauging his dad. He's like, yeah, I could kill him right now. Dad, you better
I can
not
fight him
come
if I
back
need to.
home.
I'm like a equal clasher, but here he's kind of crazy.
Well, okay, am I misunderstanding this? When Shenson Scopper see the giant hockey wave from their jacuzzi,
yeah,
and then the next panel we see Loki and Harold clash, that hockey wave was from that clash?
I don't know. I don't actually have no clue.
Yeah, because I don't see any hockey on the thing. But I'm like, so then what caused the giant Conquerors hockey like that? Like, did Harold just, like, randomly get angry? Or did Loki release that when he kicked down the door? Or did he get that when, like...
Or did it happen, like, after he got stabbed?
Yeah, like, I'm confused about when the thing... Because he goes, what the...
At no point in time would hockey, like, be a thing here, right? It was just like, huh.
Yeah, and then, like,
out of nowhere.
The most understandable would be a Loki-Harold clash. And this is the only clash we've seen, because after this, Loki leaves. And so it's like, it could only really, unless it was a one-person hockey blast that big, right? I don't know. But, and then they also said, like, we sent strange hockey, that's why we came here. So are they like, Harold can't use hockey like that? Or Loki can't use hockey like that? Hockey that big?
Maybe it's just
that's
when he was
like
talking to
captain.
Emu.
Yeah, maybe Emu released it, right? And they just don't know it. That's why it's in there. And that's the other part. I think Harold's admirable for the fact that like this entire chapter, he kept on the talking. Like he was able to speak for the most of this chapter, which is insane. I almost am surprised Harold's not releasing the hockey just to resist Emu. And Emu's just like, God damn it, my connection. I need 5G. And then it's like, oh, and then like we see Emu start screaming. It's like time to go Super Saiyan. No, I'm just joking. I was waiting for like Yarul or something to go Super Saiyan, but he just got shanked. But I think the biggest, I don't know if you caught this, but just below the clash, Loki and Harold. Do you see how low Yarl's mouth is? I did not think his mouth was that low.
Uh-huh.
Look at his face when he's unsheathing his sword. His mouth is below the sword. I thought his mouth was higher up.
Oh, his mouth is super low. That mustache is going crazy.
Yeah,
Covers up a lot.
I was taken aback, let me tell you, because now I don't know what his face looks like at all. You know, like you know those videos where the dad shaves off their beard and then they show their kids. If Yarl shaved his beard, I would be afraid. I'm like, put it back on.
He's got like a Dorito-shaped head.
Yeah, this shit is terrifying, bro. He's looking like Fisher Tiger almost.
Fisher Tiger's a good one.
Yo, he got that. He might be his dad.
We got to get to the elephant in the room part. What do you think is up with Ragnar?
Oh, I was gonna save him for last. Well, Ragnar's an interesting one. My first, so in the chapter, Harold says nothing about Ragnar. He doesn't say, Loki, grab the hammer and the thing. Which to me kind of like is interesting because I'm like, when Loki sees it or when it attacks him, he goes, what is this? And that's wild because it's like in with like Excalibur or even Mjolnir, it's a known object. Harold does mention Ragnar, but not to Loki. Wait, when does he mention Ragnar?
Harold mentions Ragnar after he throws the sword at Jarl's head, and he says, "I'm gonna pick up Ragnar and get the devil fruit."
Oh, yeah. So that's interesting to me because even that point, when Loki goes, "What is this?" I'm like, did Harold never mention Ragnar to him? And in this moment when he's like, yo, I'm so powerful, you need the devil fruit to be able to topple me. Which is interesting because it's like, is Harold saying that because we still don't know the scope of the devil fruit. But clearly the devil fruit is so powerful that even Yarul is like, if Harold eats it, it'll destroy the world. Right? Which is like, you know, like, yeah, Shiro, she can destroy the world. I believe it, right? But her existence isn't destroying the world, right? So Harold didn't tell Loki that. And I missed the part where he said, I'm going to pick up the hammer, or I'm going to pick up the Ragnar. That's after Emu takes him over, right? Like, that's like the Emu dialogue coded conversation. Yeah. And so I kind of wondered, I was like, does that mean, like, I almost wish that we got a scene where like Harold tries to pick it up here, because I wonder if Harold could pick it up. And if it's something like in his coked up, like, because when Emu Dami reversied the giants in the first place, they were like insane. Like they brought up a god of Elbaf. They're like, we don't need gods anymore. And we're like, wait, you guys don't have like a god. Like Yarl's not the god, right? They was like coked up out of their ass saying crazy shit. And like, we're gonna conquer this. It's like, yeah, there's not much stopping you. Clearly by our demonstration of Yarul in this chapter. And then they brought up the gods of Elbaf. And so I'm like, I'm saying I wanna see Harold now pick up the Ragnar thing, because is it is Oda making Ragnar like Mjolnir, where it's like you have to be righteous, and like can Emu coked up Harold actually pick it up, or was it something that Harold like couldn't really pick up, but he hasn't tried in a long time because like we've never seen him bring it up, or if he could wield it, why wasn't he carrying it? Honestly, that would have been a crazy way, because like in like Thor context, like Thor uses the Mjolnir as a restraint on some people because he knows that they're not worthy, so he'll like restrain them with the thing. It'd been crazy if he just sat the hammer on top of him while he was taking over. It's like, yeah, good luck getting the hammer off of me. That'd have been sick. But honestly, wait, Loki could do that if that's the case too. But I think that that's the interesting part, where it's like Loki, if Oda's doing Mjolnir mechanics, then like what is Loki righteous for it? You know what I mean? Is it the true wielder? Is that why it's activating right now to test him? But it never happened, and Harold never thought that Hirunden or Loki knew about it, or not knew about it, would be like capable of wielding it, because he couldn't, which is why he never described it to him, because he wouldn't go like, what is this thing? He's like, Ragnar can move like on its own, you know? Because it's kind of, I think about it like the swords, like Zoro and all of them, like they know about the swords, right? But like to be able to move on its own, be like Enma, he would call out the name, but it feels like he doesn't know the name. But I'm thinking it's just Mjolnir mechanics. I'm thinking it's just that, like, or maybe it's no, but if it was flying to Harold because it sensed he was in danger, why wouldn't it fly in the first place, right? And why is it in the throne room?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Harold doesn't have it already. Like, we could come up with a whole bunch. Like, oh, like maybe it's like a national treasure and it's like it belonged to somebody else, so he doesn't feel like he has the right to wield it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just waiting for like its right user, which could be Loki. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things about it. When we see that last panel and we get that sound effect, it might not be a sound effect. I think the hammer could actually be laughing.
Hey, if it is, I mean, like, Sai, if you're looking for someone to support that idea, you came to the best place. The guy who's out here believing that, you know, one of my craziest theories, one of the supports where it's like, hey guys, because at the time, Elbef, when I mentioned it as a prediction, was still a place where people didn't even know if we were gonna go there. If you guys remember, but after Wano, there was a
those
lot
people
of
are just stupid.
a lot
I don't know
mean,
why people would say that in the first place.
no, well, hold on, because it was a point where people were like, even if we go there, it won't be a big deal.
I could see.
And we talked about that at the Reverie. I think everybody agreed we're gonna go to as far as creators go. You know, obviously I'm not taking the one guy in the comments, but it wasn't one guy in the comments. There was a substantial, I think, like, if you threw up a poll, like I think there was like under 10%, and that might be generous too. And I'm talking about when I talked about it, we were still in Wano. We were in and people didn't even care about Elbaf because we were pre-Onigashima at that point. And or not pre-Onigashima, pre like rooftop Luffy fighting. And pre-Nika. The pre-Nika era, as some would call it. And at that point, I was saying, like, hey guys, if my Mihawk is a sword, has any legs to stand on, one of the legs to stand on is that it would, my full belief is that as we progress onto the series, we're going to get more and more sentient weapons to the point that on Elbaf, I won't be surprised if one of them talks. And if you remember, I haven't really been the biggest supporter of Mjolnir. If Mjolnir exists, a lot of the pull prior to Elbaf was Mjolnir and Usopp, which, as you know, I never really cared for that version of the theories. I never really cared for, like, this Usopp that's on steroids, yoked out, coming out of Elbaf. Like, it's like, yeah, I'd see Usopp getting some cool things, but I don't know if he's going to become, like, top in the verse at any point in Elbaf, you know? So, like, it's not a big deal. And then people are like, yeah, but Mjolnir par. And I'm like, yeah, but even if he gets it, like, there has to be so much setup for it. And like, I don't know, there's a lot to question off there, but I've always believed. And one of the people is actually Goldberg, which that one, you know, because now it's like, yeah, that was probably a homie, but it was said that that was his dad's shield that he took on his adventure to kill Big Mom, which we know they didn't kill Big Mom, but his dad did return, I guess, and then that was the shield. And the shield has a face on it. And so obviously, this is before Elbaf. I was like, hey guys, like that's kind of crazy too. Oda's setting it up that Elbaf like has like full sentient weapons, which in our main Straw Hat timeline we haven't really seen except for Whitebeard's crew. Whitebeard's crew had a few of them. And so I was saying that like, hey, don't be surprised if we get like more sentient objects than Enma. And the top tier would be like, hey, if it starts speaking, we're gonna have to revisit some of these conversations. So if that's a laugh, that'd be kind of sick. I just want to know, like, is it shy? Like, like, is it gonna start talking to like Luffy and shit? You know what I mean? Like, does it tell Luffy like, hey, you can wield me? You know what I mean? Like, does it start seeing like, oh, you're a better user? You know what I mean? But I only like your white form, and it has nothing to do with skin color. I promise, I'm not racist. I'm a hammer, you know. But like, can you go back to the white one? Luffy's like, nah, and then Ragnar's like, all right, I'm gonna stay with Loki then. You know, it could be like that. It could be something like that. Loki's just the sheath for Luffy's hammer. It could be something like that, right?
Loki's the sheath for Luffy's hammer.
Yeah. Because Luffy's when he's not Nika, if Ragnar doesn't move, then he's gonna need someone to carry it. That's gonna be Loki.
Yeah,
Loki's
but I
shut
feel
the
like
last
if
battle.
Ragnar doesn't want to be wielded, it's not gonna go no matter what.
Yeah, but it wants to be
Like,
wielded by
I'm
Nika.
sure Ragnar can think a little bit, but as far as Ragnar goes, I wouldn't be shocked if it's just like a devil fruit hammer too.
Devil fruit hammer?
Like not even like sentient, like you're thinking, like more like just devil fruit. It ate a devil fruit.
Oh, what if it ate the what if Ragnar couldn't move like this, but because it's been sitting side by side with the box this entire time, it already ate the fruit?
Yeah, that's a big theory. Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I thought you were gonna go to at first, but yeah, Ragnar eating the legendary devil fruit is like that's a top. It's either Ragnar ate the devil fruit, or like it ate a different devil fruit, or it's sentient. I think those are like the main options right now. And I do like the idea that it ate the legendary fruit, just because like Loki kind of talked about how he has reservations about eating a fruit in the first place. Because it seems like Loki likes his ability to swim. So I was like, I mean, the perfect middle ground is if the hammer ate it. And like you said, like it's been in the room for this long. We don't know how weapons eat fruits in the first place, so
I would imagine that would mean Ragnar's already sentient, because like that. I mean, that in general is something that like I was saying about the like the weapons that already had devil fruits. I'm like, I think we got one of the gun lasso. Is that
Lasso and Funkfried? Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of them that like actually had like lore to it or something. Like it was a family heir. Maybe it was probably Funkfried that had like it was a heirloom, right? And so I was like, at the time I was like, yeah, it's probably that some weapons get sentience, kind of like the cursed blades. Like the more it's used, the more sentient it can become. And so like I would imagine the hammer is sentient then. But then, like, picturing the scenario where it's this cleaned up afterwards, because I would believe that way more if the box was open, the Ragnar was toppled over.
If the box is open, I think that'd be like a dead giveaway.
But like in that scenario, that would mean that like the devil fruit's just like, hey Hammer, I know you're awake, and then Ragnar's like, what the fuck?
What also, we don't like, since we don't know like how it gets eaten in the first place, there is just a possibility that it doesn't need to be like physically touching each other.
I think it needs to be physical. I think, but because if Ragnar's sentient, then it could do that. But it's just the idea of it comically happening would be so funny, because it's like, all right, I'm gonna open you up,
put a fruit and a thing in a room for so long and it just happens. But one big thing. So there's a couple of things I want to bring up. Uh, the laugh that the hammer does is kind of like a gee 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 at the very end of the chapter.
Uh-huh.
And
That's
one
yes,
big
I had to
reference,
say
or at
that.
least a reference I've been trying to pull in for the longest time. I forgot what other video I did it in. I think it might have been the Chopper video. I did like a Chopper theory video like a long time ago. It doesn't matter. It's not that great. Um, but one thing I talked about was Dr. Kureha and how like she reminds me of like a witch. And I was like, she could be a reference to like this old anime series called Gigigi no Kitaro, which I think I was off about that. But the Gigigi we get at the end is very reminiscent of that, like the Gigigi in that show. And what's
Mm.
interesting is that that show is about like a kid fighting and befriending yokai, and like that's
Mm.
the whole plot point. And one of the kids' main power is like electrifying their soul. So my thing is like I think Ragnar could be like a play on that,
Sounds like Brooke.
of like of that old like animated series where it's like, yeah, like maybe that's it. Like that's like a hint for the devil fruit, or a hint of the hammer's powers in general, and why it can fight, like why it can counter Emu's powers so well, because it attacks the
Mhm.
soul.
If that's the case, then I think that like Brooke and Nika's music, those things are gonna be like Ragnar's just gonna be able to like dance, not dance like Zunisha, but like it's gonna be like, oh, it's been a long time since I've heard that tune. We're gonna get some shit like that again, you know? Um,
Yeah, and the kid in the show has special eyes too. I think he's like missing a left eye, and his left eye is like living, which is kind of funny. And apparently that's because the
hold
author
on,
lost
hold
his
on,
arm in World War II.
hold on.
So he wanted the character to mimic that by like losing a body part. I'm like, which is kind of silly. I like
Okay,
that though.
you said the kid has special eyes, and then you said that he's missing an eye.
His
That
his eye
doesn't
is
mean
alive.
okay, but what about the eye that he still has?
I think it does have it gets powers in some there's so
Okay,
Gigigi no Kitaro is very popular. So there's like a bunch of
yeah.
different iterations where some he does have like an eye power.
When you said that he has special eyes, and then you described him, the eye that he doesn't have has special. I'm like, side, that doesn't mean he has special eyes. The
Yeah,
eye
no,
that
no,
he
no.
still
Like
has.
his eye literally has legs and arms.
Oh, that makes way
Yeah,
more
his
sense.
yeah, it's like actually just chilling out there.
Gotcha. Maybe Loki's eyes is what can control Ragnar. That, to me, it's kind of interesting. Like the eyes being in a situation. Like, has Harold ever seen the eyes? Has Yarl ever seen the eyes? Right? Like, he's been bandaged up. Like, Oda's never. Has Oda shown us. Like, because Harold is gone when he was born. He came back, and then his eyes are still. No, he's holding him. He sees the. No, he was. Wasn't he. When he held him up, that his eyes are bandaged, right? But before that,
Who?
Loki, Harold.
Harold?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They were bandaged. Yeah.
Yeah, so Babe Pluto says only his mom has seen them from what we saw in this chapter, in the chapters. Yeah, I would while I'm reading, I'd like to believe Harold has seen them. But my biggest question is like, does no if this is ancient giant related, like, can we show Yaru? Like, can't he see this? Can't he be like, no, wait, that's the Galila had a they talked about it in the layers.
They
Like,
talked about these eyes before.
yeah, like, is there nowhere they have a 3,000-year-old laboratory? How maybe in that lab somewhere they mention these eyes. Like, I feel like at some point, if they're ancient giant related, these elders, isn't that when they're supposed to be useful, right? You were the ones who procured this mom, and then you didn't even look at the kid's eyes. That's like the first thing those elders are supposed to do. Because I see, the thing is, Oda could have easily offloaded so much of Estrid's hate and still had everything turn out where she's abhorrent, like she's hates him, but they could have had the elders order him to be thrown off and just hid their collusion in that part. And then that could have made a lot of sense. It's like, no, this kid is the demon spawn. And then Estrid's like, you're right. And then, that would have offloaded a lot of Estrid hate. But like, for them to be like so pure blooded ancient giant things, you would think that they would know about the ancient giant, like, what that entails, right? Surely it's not just the
Yeah.
horns and size. Surely there's more. And they live long enough where it's like, aren't like Yarl's 400 years old? Like his dad was probably in the Void Century. Like did none of these people even talk to
It's
their
crazy that
parents?
the only special race that remembers the Void Century is the Tontatas.
Yeah. Well, they remember before they have like they actively can reference pre-Void Century, which is just like, what does
That's the
that
most
mean?
anybody's ever done.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone else, like Clover was out here like, this tree's 5,000 years old. But I'm
And that's
never gonna
it.
reference anything from before that
Yeah.
time, by the
Hey,
way.
this tree 5,000 years old, and that's all we know actually.
Yeah, I didn't say
That's
the
it.
books. I didn't say they could
And
read.
we didn't do that. We didn't learn about that. We got a geologist out here, and he figured it out.
Yeah, yeah. He meant like the tree is 5,000 years old, but it took 3,000 years old to get to this size, and it just stayed that big. Like that's what he meant. Like it's only like, oh no, it took 4,200 years. So it like perfectly lined up with the Void Century. That's what it is. And they got a poneglyph sat down there. Um Damn, it would be kind of crazy if like the poneglyph was the reason why that tree grew so big. And we find out like the Atom Tree has like 6 poneglyphs, not road poneglyphs, but
They're all just inside the tree, hanging
yeah,
out.
I mean a lot of people, a big theory that I've gotten, and this is because I'm not in the community as much, but I've gotten a like very visible comments about it, is I promise you, Ragnar's gonna be a poneglyph painted black. Now, what do you say to that, Sai? Because you're saying that it could have ate the devil fruit. It's laughing at us. Not Oda. Roger did say the poneglyphs had voices. Are you
I don't
bridging the
believe
gap?
that, no, I've never believed that.
But what
That's
about
crazy.
now?
I just think it has a devil fruit. I don't think it's like an actual sentient weapon.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
I'm just going with what we've seen before.
Wait,
It's like,
so then
I
if
just
it's
feel like that's a devil
laughing,
fruit.
then you're saying the devil fruit's making us laugh, which means it's a Zoan.
Yeah, it's a zone. Yeah, we've never seen a Paramecia or Logia fruit eat a weapon, or vice versa.
Well, we've
It's
never
always
seen a
been Zoans.
devil fruit eat anything because they are the ones to be eaten, which is why the
Yeah.
weapon would have to be the sentient one.
Yeah, and it's probably gonna be like I mean, just like Nika, I think it might be like another mythological human.
Because
Because if it's like a tiger, lion, beast, bear thing, then I don't think you'd like laugh or talk.
so I agree with you, but it's funny where I came from. But that so my wife gave me this shirt. She gave me this shirt where it's like Chopper,
Yeah.
and he's in Gear 5. Or not in Gear 5, but he has the Hagoromo on it. And I was
Yeah.
laughing because she has no idea. She's like, I thought it was cute. And I was like, oh god. I feel like
You're
even
spoiling
if
things.
you knew the truth, you would be like, ugh. But I like the shirt. And I told her, like, yeah, the character's not. Oh, I told her about the Cole thing. I told her that like when I went to California that day, Cole took Chopper to a shooting range and filled it with lead. And my wife was like, that hated. And she's like, wait, Cole leaves? Cole gets outside? And I was just like, yeah, he drove like 4 hours to shoot Chopper too. And she's like, what the fuck? And
It's a long time, man.
yeah. But I was like, yeah, I like it, but also it's because like back when I was making videos, I had a thumbnail commissioned, and it was not just Chopper. It wasn't this. It was straight up Chopper in like monster form with white. And this is before Cocaine Bear Beppo, by the way. I'm pretty sure this is before. Yeah, this is before Cocaine Bear. So I had that commissioned. I can't pull it up right now, but the thumbnail artist knows for sure. That was one of my favorite thumbnails because I also had Zoro. I had Zoro in Gear 5 too, but which is way more plausible now that we have Bonnie, the way she is. But point is that I was saying to my wife, and this is after we did the Parcast, and we were just talking about the legendary Devil Fruit. and we were talking about Ragnar and all this stuff, and I didn't tie it together because when you said the whole Ragnar, that was like I didn't really like register that. But what I was saying was like, yo, what if like the devil fruit, and it doesn't make sense because of timeline or whatever. But I was like, what if the devil fruit on Elbaf is a human devil fruit? And I was like, what if it's Chopper's devil fruit, and that's like why Blackbeard went there first? And the reason why I was like, I like this idea is because of Lily Estomago from the movie. Oda gave that giant, one of the only giants we've seen outside of the series, a devil fruit to make her look human. Like Oda went out of his way, and unironically, that was the fruit that made the whole Gear 5 is giant Luffy, because in that movie, she goes inside Luffy and expands, and we get giant Luffy that way. Literally like 1-to-1 to what Luffy does with Kaido. And so I was like, huh, that's kind of ironic that like if Nika is a legend from Elbaf and Luffy ate it from as a human, and now he can turn into a giant supposedly, and he's a giant legend, then Oda also in that same vein made a giant have a humanizing fruit. So then wouldn't it make sense if like there was like a human fruit on Elbaf that's super important? And obviously I like the one that I was thinking of was like Chopper, because human fruit and it's like mysterious, and like Blackbeard wanted it, or not wanted it, but he was in the same place, and Oda had that line of after the time skip where Jinbei tells everybody like, oh, he's hunting devil fruits, and Chopper's like, oh no, is he after me? Ah! And it's like ironic because it's like, no, Chopper, but also like, yeah, wait, why was he on Drum Island? That is kind of suspect.
Oh yeah.
And so considering now the Rocks lineage, and Rocks was shoehorned on finding that too, and he knew that it was on Elbaf, and it's like Blackbeard hasn't been to Elbaf yet, from what we know. It's like, huh, maybe that would be the thing. But the other one, I was like, maybe it's like Davy Jones, right? Like if there was a Davy human devil fruit, the irony that Elbaf has it and the Nika one was outside, that would be kind of crazy. But then I'm like, now that you proposed, at least I received it from you, that the hammer got it. It can't be Davy. But if it's a human fruit, that'd be kind of sick. That would be kind of sick.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be and I don't think it's gonna be okay. If it's a human fruit, I think it's gonna be akin to Nika, where it's not gonna be anything from the Void Century like Davy Jones. I think it's gonna go back like 3,000 years plus. Like it's gonna be one of the OG, maybe like gods like Nika. But yeah, I don't know. I really just like the Gigi no Kitaro reference for that hammer. And I went back and I like, because this says Gurk 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 in TCB, but I got the raws and it does say Gigi more like just like the show.
I think, okay, hear me out, because my thing is, if you can,
and it's gonna be like an inverse thing too. Like I know people are saying Ymir is a good one, and I like the idea of Ymir and the lore behind that, but I feel like it's gonna be like a One Piece unique name. It's not gonna be that.
You're gonna love my idea. So for me, it's like the whole thing is like, I wonder, right? It's not like the fruit's gonna leave Ragnar. So if we're gonna and we're in the world of awakening, it like if it's a Zoan and it awakens, then we have to allow it for it to be have that potential, right? Which would imply that whoever ate the hammer, or whatever devil fruit let itself, because that's like the Nika thing, right? The Nika thing is like, oh, it seems like Zoans have a will of their own. If the fruit, what happened?
No. I was responding to Willa Marco, but I was just whispering. I just said thank you.
Wait, you sneezed? I thought it was a cough.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
If the fruit let the hammer eat it, then I would like to think that the fruit like's will is compatible with the hammer, with the Ragnar, and thus allowing it to be max potential, especially if we're talking about a human like Nika of that thing, era, time.
It might not even be compatible.
Because
if you're a
from
fruit and you're in a room for 900 years, I'd be like,
I,
yo, I'm just gonna go inside this stupid ass hammer, man. I gotta get out of here.
but the reality is that the like Nika's fruit was hiding for 800 years. I think that there's not that like they're hiding. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they haven't been eaten. You're telling like Nika's would be in the same situation. It's like,
Oh, it's like it's playing prop hunt. It took the form of a hammer. Nobody would ever suspect it.
and if I would love that for Nika. Nika would be a sick one to do that with because then everything would be rubber, kind of. But point of it would be that if it chose Ragnar or it allowed itself to be there, and it's okay, let's not say perfect match, let's say good match, then I'd like to think that like the person has some kind of compatibility with like headbutting. Like, and I thought about that before I said this, and I was like, nah, that's stupid. And then I was like, you know, there is a character that Oda did bring us that's like literally his entire lineage is
Danchin
tied.
Zhao.
Yeah, and he has like he's
I
like
just finished that fight last night.
he's
So good.
ninth generation. No, he's 13th.
He's
13th,
the 12th.
12th. All right.
Yeah.
Sai is now the 13th. Don Chenchao is the 12th. So I was like, he could literally be the descendant of the guy that this hammer like is that he's so good at headbutting that he just split the earth. And I thought about that before I said it, and I was like, you know, it sounds stupid, but we just came off of some
One Piece is kind of stupid
Don
sometimes.
Chenchao.
That's
Yeah,
like one of those things where it's like somebody earlier in the chat, what is it? Oh yeah, Baby Pluto. Because I was talking about like does Shanks know that it's Ace, yada yada, and they're like, oh, but like Roger's sword is named Ace, and I was like, okay, yeah, but like also like he's not the only person that know that Roger's sword is named Ace. Like I'm sure other people know, and nobody really put it together. Like the One Piece world can be very strange at times, just for the sake of the plot. Like it happens.
Yeah. Also,
Stranger
Roger
things
did
have
die.
happened.
Roger did die, but he also said his son's name would be Ace to his crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you read the newspapers and there's a rookie named Ace, and it's like, huh, interesting.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're not. It's not like everyone's Tashigi, right? Like no one knows the names of swords.
True, but I'm just saying, like in general though, like even if it's like right, like the connection is right there, it's not shocking for like One Piece characters to be like, huh, what's going on with this?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like we have some silly circumstances at times.
The most relevant characters are the characters that would know, like Shanks and whatever. Like he would probably know Roger's sword name, and he would be tapped into, you know, Ace or whatever. No, he didn't. We don't know. Wait, in the Ace novel, Shanks knows. Shanks knows what?
Two very there we go, like two very different things. Like no, Shanks didn't know. In the Ace novel, Shanks does know.
It always be like that,
but,
right? One after each other in the comments, like in the streams.
I see that a lot. It's always so funny.
It happens in the comment section all the time. When I scroll through the podcast, it's like, no, this didn't happen. Next one, it happened. That's so funny.
Yeah. It's like one after another. Like, no, this isn't true.
Yeah.
No, this is true. It's like, wait.
So
there's no winning on this one. I have no clue. I mean, based off of what I've seen in the manga / anime, like the Ace novel, I haven't like really paid attention to Shanks's interaction with Ace. I have no clue. I haven't read it. But it's like maybe he does know. But I like to imagine he pieced it together. But either way, he didn't know when they first met. Is the vibe I got when you see that meeting, at least.
Yeah. Oh wait, you were here on stream? No, wait. Did I tell you? No, I don't think you came to stream. So, you remember when you told me about how it was on the podcast? You were like, "Oh, like Shanks and Shamrocks, they like switch clothing," and then you said this sillier thing where I was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Even their swords are different," and you're like, "No, wait, their swords are exactly the same." I was like, "Sai, their swords don't look at all the same in this panel. One is literally circular, and the other one's square, and the hilts are different." And then you're like, "Yeah, but they look like they're from the same country." I was like, "No, they don't. They don't even look like that." And it's very distinct to the point that my, you know, version of One Piece, I obviously went through every panel of Shanks because that would be the best way to tell the difference. Maybe Oda, it isn't Shanks in chapter 1. And so I went through, and Oda kept Shanks' sword basically consistent, except for one panel. And it so looks like Shamrock's sword that it's disgusting. And I brought it up on stream, and everyone in the chat, not everyone, but everyone I was like reading, I'm not saying everyone in the chat because not everyone responded, but everyone's like, wait, no, that is kind of Oda's very particular swords. And my point was like, yo, like Oda's so particular that we were able to tell that the Venus had a Katetsu. And you're telling me that Oda flipped up Shanks' sword in this scene, and the scene is this, and the reason why I looked at this up first is because the anime flopped this scene allegedly and gave Shanks 2 arms, and Oda went and they had to go back and correct it. That's the scene where Shanks meets Ace, and you look at his sword. It's chapter 551, and it's Shamrock's sword. Like not even close. And it's like the main thing that Oda always keeps consistent is that Shanks's hilt, you know, it has that circle thing. It goes through the handle. And that's what Shamrock's sword doesn't do that. It attaches at the thing, and it's circular. Oda sometimes makes Shanks' sword hilt look circular, but on the officials in chapter 1 and in that chapter where he highlighted it, Shanks' thing's a square hilt. But sometimes he messes that up in passing, but he makes the hilt always go through, except in that panel. And it's like very prominent. It's in the center of the thing. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'll put it up again. Because again, I was hesitant, but then when I brought it up on stream, that's usually when people are like, shoot me down. But then people are like, no, wait, no, that is kind of weird. And I'm like, huh? Wait, no, guys, you guys supposed to be my clarity here.
Speaking of Shamrock, funny enough, they just showed us his early concept design today.
Oh, send me.
So we got early concept designs of Shamrock, Garling, and Gear 4th.
Send me.
And
oh wait,
Shamrock looks pretty cool. Garling looks, oh my god, Garling got to glow up with the stupid star haircut. His earlier haircuts and some iterations, he was like bald. Like god. And he had like the nastiest looking beard. So I think Oda did him a big favor.
Oh, right here. Look. This, it's straight up. It's more prominent than Shanks in it. You guys see this? This, Oda never draws Shanks' sword with the hilt, this guard going, stopping here. You can look at it every time Oda specifically does that. And that's what I noticed is like the main consistent thing. The hilt sometimes changes into what Shamrock's is, but keep in mind, my premise when I look through every Shanks panel was, my bias was I want to see Shamrock's here. And I could not do that until this panel. This is the only one. And that's considering that Oda made, and I'll pull up the chapter again. Oda made Shamrock's, like, look at this. Like, where is it? 1167 is the chapter where it has Shamrock. Yeah, right here. So I want, like, for a theory, obviously I'm gonna have a bias, but if there's even like a way to be convincing with it, I'm gonna lean on that side. But I'm telling you guys, I did you a favor. I looked through every Shanks panel, and the Oda does sometimes draw Shanks' sword like this with the circular thing. It's wider, but it's still circular. It looks very similar. And I'm like, does it make sense that Shamrock is here? No. But the main thing is that look, it's very minute here. Oda makes Shanks' guard go through it. It's very odd. I never even really noticed it. But yeah, that's Shanks' sword always has that nub. And it's literally, it goes through, it's not behind it, it's through it. And it's prominent in a Kainu's panel where you're stopping it. Oda generally puts it right in your face. And so when you go back to chapter, it's 552, you see it right there. Does not go through. And then I was like on stream, and then I was like, wait, that's so funny because you were talking about this scene and how interesting it is. And I was like, yo, that's because for me, I'm like, yo, Shamrock's is a narc here. Because like the whole like not knowing Ace, it would make sense if that's not Shanks. But also, you're Luffy's brother. I didn't know he had one. You're welcome here. Tell me all about your adventures. And I'm like, yo, Ace unironically hit the narc here, and this is how like Emu and like Sengoku and everybody know about it. But then it's like, Garp told Scopper, for example, right? So, I just think that that's interesting. That is like, to me, I'm like, yo, Oda, the anime already messed up this scene and gave him 2 arms, which would be Shamrock, but the sword is in the manga. And that one, it's front and center. I don't know what we're doing with that one, Oda. I don't know if you hit me with that mean SPS. Sometimes I make mistakes, okay? But then, I'm just like, hey, it's Shanks. My bad. I didn't know. I didn't know that this one would be that, It's a par theory,
like
but
that.
it's interesting.
It's a par theory, but it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of Shamrock visiting the lower world because I think he would genuinely get curious about like what his brother saw there. But yeah.
None of the, keep in mind, guys, when the first point of me looking at the Shamrock thing angle at all was because a lot of people were hitting me with like, even before the whole we knew that Shanks was literally a Holy Knight part, was that Garling isn't up. That was a lot of people a long time ago was like, yo, what if? And then when Shanks is here and they're like, Shanks helped Fisher Tiger, it's like, what if Shamrock's isn't up? What if they're like throwing? What if they're like willingly throwing? And like they're trying to help out the lower worlds. And then so then people were like, bringing that up when I was talking about the chapter. And so I'm like, okay, that would only really make sense. Like the whole Shanks being a double agent would be a lot more feasible if his twin was on it. And that is always, whenever we have the trope of like the twins switching places, it's the twins are both in it, and it's always the play on twin telepathy. Twins can just easily dupe each like if you swap the twins like even at birth, but they like try to act like each other, not even their parents would really know. Like that's always the trope. So then it's like, is Oda doing that with Shamrock and Shanks? And then it's all the ways like, is it to fool the crew or is the crew in on it? Like, and then I'm like, it'd have to be the crew has to know, at least the top 5, right? And then you always also get this thing where like when Mihawk shows up to like Shanks's island at like chapter 94, Mihawk walks by like all of the crew and they're like, yeah, Shanks is in the middle, and then he's with his homies. And like even on this like in this panel when Ace like walks up the mountain, Shanks is with his inner group. So it's like there would be a really good way to like, the apprentices can't come. If you're a part of the secondary fleet, you're not allowed to see me, but I don't know what to do with that outside of like, it was Shamrock that met Ace, but I don't know what to do with that, which is why I didn't withhold that detail. I was like, guys, you guys go do whatever you want with that. I can't wait to see what you guys cook up. But I genuinely think it's too difficult of even a detail, even if you can convince people on that to like come up with a plausible idea of what Shamrocks could do with this. Wouldn't it be too risky to tell Shamrocks that he was a double agent? I mean, like, the problem that kind of plays. We know that Shamrocks has the deep sea contract, right? We know that, or no?
I mean, we assume because he's a god knight.
But he's never teleported on his own. Like when Gunko did it, right?
Apparently you need it to traverse in general.
Well, he has a mark. Like, I would imagine that Shanks can be brought through. Otherwise, it would be only the 13. Like, that Killingham and Sommers both have the deep sea, or then it wouldn't be necessary. But Gunko has the deep sea, right? But then it would be Killingham, Sommers, Shamrock would all have to have it. which I guess
Yeah, I
is
think they all
plausible.
have deep sea. Yeah.
Hmm. Because I was seeing it that like if you have the mark, you could traverse, but you need the thing to control it. That's the way I was looking at it. Because when they said like, oh, they don't have the
Uh,
mark, they didn't necessarily specify. But in this chapter, they said that you need it to traverse. I thought meaning like they can use the spell, but like holy knights can't, not holy knights, god blades can't do it on their own. But it could be the case, like you're saying, that they're all, because we haven't hit the number limit yet. 5 Gorsay, Killingham, Somers, Shamrock, Gunko. That would be 9, so we'd be missing 4. Um, right? Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
at least from what we could say. So it'd still have 4, but I don't think it's particularly necessary for it. Saturn had deep contract, but he somehow hid Emmett from Emu though. We don't ask questions like that because that part of it is just he's stupid. You know what I mean? Like Emu's not monitoring stupidity. They're and you know what's funny though, in general that is kind of like a trope of like how you defect from like an omnipotent like an all-seeing all brother, like when we talk about like the big brother in the sky, it's usually like AI can't predict stupid, so that like they're like, oh shit, they're a bug, you know what I mean? So like when Saturn does that, he's like genuinely like, yo, this robot probably could help us. And so like Emu is not like, oh, there's ill intent here, right? Like I think that's what Emu's monitoring, is anybody like ill intent. And even in this chapter, it's kind of weird because like I thought that at the very beginning when Harold lost control of his dialogue, I thought that Emu was speaking through Harold, but then it was like Harold was speaking like a coke addict that like loved Emu, right? Like that was the difference.
Yeah.
It's like,
It kind of makes you wonder if Emu's like witnessing the situation or not right now.
and that is a perfect segue just before we get to super chats. Yeah, what's up with that? Can Emu not see Shanks? And like when Emu goes,
I'm
when
assuming not.
yeah,
Just put
that's
Harold on autopilot.
yeah, that's such an odd. That's like literally getting into a Tesla and like taking your hands off the wheel.
That's so funny you say that. That's the exact example I made in my video. I said like a Tesla, Emu just put him on autopilot and just left.
Yeah,
He's just out, dude.
You didn't wait until like you ate the devil fruit, you had Ragnir. You know what I mean? Like if I'm like you
And it's strange. I mean, it's not like Emu has anything better to do. I mean, I'd be so bored in that room. Like just the flout, like just butterfly, not even a PC, no Xbox, just butterflies for 900 years. Emu, just hang out with Harold for a minute, man. What the fuck?
But and that's
What are you doing,
also
man?
like the main thing about Teslas is like for the first few days you have that novelty of going from gas to electric, of like the regenerative braking that I love. I feel like that's so cool, and it's like a game, which makes driving so much easier when you have one pedal. But the other part is the acceleration of like, yo, I'm gonna whip this shit. Like the moment I got into Tesla, the first thing I did was like, let me go to 120 in a second, bro. And it's like, and then it's like, yeah, I could do that whenever I want. But now that I'm on the highway and I've had the Tesla for a year, now it's on autopilot. And I was telling my friend, like, if I had a Tesla, I wouldn't put it on autopilot in New York City. I would put it on autopilot in the highway. That's because nothing's really happening. All you have to do is drive straight. In the city, there's some crazy people. This is tense. Emu's in the city. The first 5 minutes of wielding a giant's power, straight up just left. And because they just left, they're missing out on Shanks showing up. And it's like Emu's never questions like, wait, how did they? It couldn't have just been Loki coked up.
It must have been a blunder.
Yeah.
He just blundered it super hard, I guess.
Like Emu didn't stay for not even a minute, bro. Like the thing is, it's also like it's not even just like taking your hands off the Tesla. It's like in 5 minutes, your Tesla goes from a Tesla to like Optimus Prime because you get a Devil Fruit and you get Ragnar. You know what I mean? So you just wait 5 minutes and now you can do all kinds of extra shit, you know? So it's kind of like, it's kind of wild. Stay off the roads and wait, what do you mean? I've never gotten an accident, never gotten a ticket. Well, I've gotten lots of tickets, but they never stuck. Even the judges literally I hopped on the last one. They're like, we're so sorry. We're so sorry that this officer inconvenienced you. I was like, wait.